Should be live here on YouTube here in a second, and then we will switch to the right screen. And yeah, how you doing, Five? All right, cool. Yeah, we are live there. All right, we heard most of this. Let's get to some synth waves so we can zone out properly. And yes, so this is the design that we kind of like hacked out yesterday. So it wasn't too much whiskey. It was too much whiskey. Yeah, I think the mixture got me. But yes, it was too much whiskey. But yeah, the idea being we're going to have these things. This is the opened version of it. This is the closed version. The button here, right? We maybe want users to be able to delete or hide events, which means, yeah, we're going to have a title here, but also maybe we're going to have some filters here. So it's going to be like all new hidden, something like that. But yeah, so maybe one, we want this to be like, we want a search field, and we're also going to want to have, and I'm not sure why I made that yellow. We're going to have a search field. We're also going to have like a date input. But this is going to be based upon whether we're in all new or hidden or seen, maybe. In here, right, this button is going to have the mark as hidden or mark as new kind of stuff. All right, let's pour some more tea. Okay, so yeah, just had to double check on some stuff. So yeah, I like the layout that we have here. We still haven't decided what table stuff we're going to do. I don't think AG grid is worth it, because what we have here laid out is just too much. And yeah, what I think I'm going to do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not sure what this button was for. We actually do want to make these yellow because I think that those are like nice to have. And what's up, FD? Yeah, so like maybe this button isn't actually there because I'm thinking this one's also a nice to have. right? Because that'll eventually be, you have a keyword you're listening for, but you're listening for multiple platforms, right? So we're going to end up having a bunch of filtering based upon like the platform eventually, but we don't have that now. So it's not worth any of our time. Um, okay, so hold on. Wait. Let me make sure. And Raimu, dude, yes, I may have had a bit of the whiskeys in me yesterday. So I might have missed your sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right, Bowrang. I missed his gifted sub, I think. Not even sure who it went to, because I wasn't paying attention enough. But Doruk, yep. So yeah, similar to what Doruk was saying, instead of relying upon like a virtualized table like this, which actually, I don't know, I like the idea of virtualized. Because a virtualized thing, like you'd be able to scroll and it would be virtualized, so you'd get to a certain point and it would like lazy load that content based upon where you're getting, right? And maybe React virtualized is too low level, and there might be some other stuff instead, like some of the demos or friends, etc. But I do like the idea of React virtualized. But Doruk had a link for us as well. It wasn't the TanStack table stuff. It was TanStack query based. And yeah, so to create wireframes and UI UX, you had a call with someone. They were asking $200 USD per hour. Yeah, but they probably do much better work. Okay. Sorry. Just one quick work thing. But yeah. How's everyone doing today? We are live on YouTube. Perfect. Just double checking that. We're set. We got the music going. And yes, the part that I'm thinking of is, yeah, maybe React virtualized, or there was use infinite query. Right? That was given to us as an example from Doruk. So this is definitely an option too, but this is just the query part. And yeah, they were doing an intersection observer to do the fetching, which I like. So it really turns into, and let's go to the latest, how we want to paginate. So infinite query here would be really nice for people who are just scrolling and loading more, right? But virtualized would be really nice if we have a lot of things and we just want to scroll to the point and let it lazy load. So you're saying I could use infinite query for the virtualized part? Yeah, that's probably a good point. I'm not sure if we need infinite query at that point, though. Right? And with React virtualized, it's less of a page. Right? Like, React virtualized isn't really pagination, you know? Like, I don't know. I haven't used React virtualized in a long time. But, right? Like, uh, what is the difference between... Okay, so we don't want a collection. I don't care about the grid going right or left. It's going to be a list of things. Well, I mean, so virtualized still, like, yeah, we can do the fetch this way and then it lazy loads. I'd be curious. Let's look at their source for this. Oof. So yeah, these are old docs. Yeah, 7 years ago. Right? Like it's a class component even. Hmm. It does seem a bit like pagination. You're right. I think the key is though, like, how is the pagination happening, right? So I don't know if I necessarily want to load a page because I would rather get a list of the things that we haven't loaded yet and then just fetch based upon like a list of IDs. So it's more like instead of pagination, you would land where you are, and based upon like the index, like, I guess it's tricky. Yeah, that is kind of tricky. Like, I'd almost want to get a loose version of events where maybe it's just the ID. And then when you land on the part, whatever's within the visible space or within a margin of error, we just attach to a query that is a list of the IDs that we're fetching. So the initial fetch, uh, I think I'm overcomplicating it, but the idea is we've got 74,000 events here. That is a major edge case. I don't think anyone's really going to run into that problem, but if we solve this problem properly, we solve the other problems. Like, we solve every problem properly, right? Thanks. Yeah. So, sorry, I got distracted. But basically, yes, when we click into the events here, we get to a page that's going to have all of the events within recent time, right? And we'll start getting rid of or deleting events based upon your billing tier and the retention. So you get into that page. There's an initial fetch for the IDs, or maybe we just do an initial fetch for the first page of the most recent events, right? And then in the background, we would do a fetch for all of the events. So the initial one, right, we'd still want to ship out pagination data of like the total amount of things. Uh, yeah, what I was thinking about is mainly we got 74,000 of these, right? 74,000 times, let's say, I think we've got like a 16 byte. Yeah, so that times 16. Right, that ends up being a megabyte of data. So we don't want to send all of the IDs. I really think 74,000 is going to be such a crazy edge case. Right, if we just do it 1,000, then it's just 17K. It's yeah. Like it's not going to be a reasonable UX with that many things anyway. But with 1,000, it's kind of reasonable. Like 1,000's not bad. So I don't mind a little bit. Right? It's like a bit of a waterfall, right? We do the initial fetch for the first or the most recent 1,000 events or whatever, which would just be the IDs that come back. And then we could lazily fetch the IDs that are like showings, so probably the most recent ones, and we group all those together. But we could do them like individually. And that would only ever really be, I don't know, like 20 things at a time max, which I don't mind parallelizing. And then virtualized would be where we like land and we get the amount of IDs on screen and fetch those, right? And we are massively overcomplicating it because I don't think any brand is going to have this many events. Hold on, I gotta check one thing. All right. They have a load more button. Yeah. And then they just do search and stuff. Yeah, I'm probably overcomplicating it. All right, so let's think about this. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna have to have search, I think. That's like an eventual goal, right? Maybe not MVP. I think we still want like seen versus unseen or like hidden, right? Like or mark as red or something. Probably want users to be able to delete as well or clear their red. Yeah. Yeah, I like the ID part. So hold on. What I want to think of is JSON payload size estimator. All right, so this would be something like, I just want to do it per event. So it would be ID. Let's just say blue sky. Ooh, what's a notification? Hey, thanks for the follows, guys. Oh, cool. All right, so if I look at, I don't know, just any random post, there's our link. Well, I wanted it to be 16 bytes, so I just did hexadecimal. Oh. No, that's not what I wanted. You son of a bitch. All right, hold on. We'll hack this out over here then. Ugh. Just want to estimate the payload size. But yeah, that tool sucks. All right, so ID. All right, I just know that that's 16 bytes, so we're good. Link. I think content's going to be in a separate table, so that'll be separately fetchable. Yeah, but G's not actually part of it. Yeah, G was a mistake, right? G's not part of hexadecimal. Right, so something like that. We're also going to have some state for it, so that would be red. Or we'll say false, right? The default. Created at, sure. Updated at, maybe. Right, so 219 bytes. If we're getting 20 of those, it's like It's like 4K. It's not a big deal. I'm just trying to think about like the user's like bandwidth maybe being an issue. I don't think it will, but I just want to estimate this off the top first. What, like looking at your payload sizes? I mean, yeah, it's probably not a big deal, and I probably don't need to care about it that much, but it's just something to think about. The amount of data over the wire will at least help me think about maybe like what we need to do. So if we look at our design, let me double check I'm doing this right. So we got the link maybe, or maybe this is the date. Yeah, I didn't actually think about what these values would end up being. We should have the full content from Blue Skies. That part's not a big deal. I think, yeah, maybe like where the keyword is in the snippet, we'll grab some chunk around it. All right, you click into it, then we lazy load the full content. So then this would maybe be the account name. And then the date. And maybe this third value just isn't there. And we might want to be careful about showing content in here to protect against XSS and some of those other things. Like, so we want to maybe delete or disable links at first to where the user like allows the content, right? They got to explicitly do so. They can hide a warning, but we'll still have them like opt into making things clickable. Yeah, rendering content's going to be the tricky bit. Yeah, all right. So I think that's basically the gist of it. So yeah, we're gonna do it minimally without external dependencies for now. I do think tanstack query might be the option. So yeah, maybe I show a preview, but like, you know, when they mouse over, right? Like links and other content is disabled. If you want to see the full post, links and images are disabled. If you want to see the full post, you click it and it's a like you're navigating off thing. I like that. Right? We still want to like load the content for them to read it, but to interact with it wouldn't be on our site anyway. I think I like that. Okay. Okay, so our steps for this then. How do we do subtasks in linear? So add events list page, add sub issues. Yeah, so this would be um when taking in event, get relevant snippet or preview. Another thing is create table or whole text content of events, because we want to normalize that at least a little bit. There's enough people using it that businesses probably want to be notified when they're mentioned, right? Whether this is a massive business or not, I think it's still something that helps us prove out Walter while maybe possibly generating a couple grand a month. It's not going to be something that, you know, it's going to be crazy profitable. But there's skylight.social for like a TikTok on the AT protocol, which is associated with Blue Sky in some way, right? So I think, yeah, I'm betting on the AT protocol, at least in some way at the moment, to get enough market share to make side projects like this viable. If not, whatever, I still get to prove out Walter as a business. All right. So then, have we created that page yet for event? I don't think we've routed to that whatsoever. Oh, we did create the route, keyword/events. Yeah. We'll let that be for now. So we got the page created, but we want to maybe create the component for it. Yeah, maybe snob isn't what you're looking for, and niche is the better word. Niche. All right, so as far as steps go, we create that table, we update the existing schema and table. And yeah, maybe this is instead update event schema to include preview snippet and count info of poster. So then another sub issue here. create backend endpoints for fetching uh, events and individual event content. And instead, content. Right, we don't need to get too detailed, but I at least want to make sure we're tracking something that is like the steps of what we need to do for this feature, right? Let me get more music going. I'd say we're pretty good there. Right. Yeah, okay, so I think we're good. This is the process. So the next step is we need to create that table. Yeah, no worries, FD. Get some sleep. All right, so we got keyword ID on there. We're also going to have content string. Yeah, exactly. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I hate sleeping on the couch. And what up, Gears? How you doing? I like that name. That's a good one. And face name, thank you for the follow. Or face name. Sorry, I didn't read the E properly, but yeah, face name, thank you for the follow. All right, so we generated this table. Right, keyword event content. We got timestamps, and we call that good. What I want to do real quick, I want to do a rollback because I want to modify some stuff, and we can right now. Like, every single change doesn't have to be a migration. And yeah, since we're working mainly in the back end, let's shuffle these. And yeah, I'm doing well, Gears. How about you? But yeah, I don't know. I always feel just off when I sleep on a couch. I don't like it. Working on some Python? Nice. What specifically? All right, so I'm going to say those are required. That looks right to me. Its own table. It's linked like that. Let's double check that migration here. I don't think there's anything else we want to include on it. So we're good there. We're going to add another task. This is when taking in a new event, populate new fields and table. So that goes after that part. So now we're on to the event schema to include preview snippet. So let's look at keyword events. Right, so we get a link, a keyword ID. Yeah, that part's fine. And yeah, what fields did we say there's created at and updated at? What we end up wanting is like a posted at, which is a UTC date time. We'll still keep our like created at, updated at, because those happen automatically. And link here, ooh. What I think I want to do is a char. Here's my thought. Do we want the link to actually be over on content? Because then that can just be a string field too, and we're not worried about it. And then here, we're going to have a snippet that'll be like the chunk of text that's relevant, and we can hard code that to, I don't know, something like 40. One quick thought. Elixir ecto automatically trim char fields on fetch. Fuck varchar. We're not doing varchar. Mm, no, just bad database design. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can do that at the ecto level. So instead, we just have to run trim manually at the repo level. Let's double check. We're gonna do Gemini. I am using char 255 in an ecto table. Is there a way to make ecto in several ecto tables? Is there a way to make ecto automatically trim the trailing white space when querying, or when there are queries? Trimming in the queries is no good. Manually trimming after fetching, nope. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Um 'Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with it. So that's gonna go in utils, I guess. 1 second. Sorry. Coworker asked me for something. Ah, okay. Okay, sorry. Just work stuff, you know. I like having a job. I mean, eventually I'd like to not have a job, but I have to be able to afford to do so. There's an order of operations there. All right, so yeah, I work hard in order to not work hard eventually. Yeah, for sure. I like the idea of Link actually being over on content. And yeah, this part. So let's just copy all of that real quick. Where do I want to put it? But yeah, hold on. Not in Elixir Web. ATProto Elixir is where we put it. And then we just create trimmed string.ex. Yeah. Right? Like, nobody ever wants to hear what's your 5-year plan to not have to work anymore. Right? Like, nobody ever wants to hear that. Yep, you got to kind of lie about that one. All right, so we'll call that good. This looks solid to me, right? Let's double check it. When we cast or load, we do trim trailing. Fine with that. Dumping it, probably not a big deal. And Panzer. Work on things you're interested in, and yeah, like getting paid decently for it. Yeah, no, I get that. Like, the goal is to not have to work, right? To not have to work, but to be able to work on stuff you enjoy. So being set up enough to work on stuff that you actually want to work on instead of being required to work, you know? It's the carrot versus the stick, you know? Yeah, exactly. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you start getting bored, you can just leave. Like, that'd be great. I'm not sure this is going to be a problem here. I'm guessing we just want to do dump, but I just wanted to see what they say. Oh, they're saying I could just safely remove it? Okay. All right. So, yeah. Before we get too deep, instead of string here. Oh, and technically, hold on. Field link string. Those we don't care. Those can just stay string. So yeah, then keyword event, we get rid of link. All right, we do trimmed string there. And wait, hold on. Where did I... Oh, and hold on. Yeah, keyword ID, we actually want to copy... Oh, this is keyword event ID, though. Let's just do that. Keyword event ID. And yeah, the prefix for that is KWE. This is Elixir. Amen. So then, yeah, in content, it's content link. Those are strings, and they can just be a text field. Not worried about that. We do the event ID there. So then we get to here. Oh, I like having the module defined. Keyword event ID. And then this is content. Link. All right, so then on the event, we've got posted at, which I'm not sure why that wasn't there originally. I think it's over on the... Yeah. Okay, so here... Eventually it'll have the network in it, but that'll just be a migration that we had. So then here, snippet, keyword ID posted at. So then this bit, right? Keyword notification stays as it is. Keyword itself is then that. Right? Notification email. Oh. Ecto is the query builder for Phoenix, which is the kind of like the big bad framework for Elixir. No, the language is Elixir, Panzer. So Phoenix is like the Rails of Ruby on Rails, right? But for Elixir. I absolutely care for GDPR. I think it's a little trickier. Like for my own users, I can do the GDPR thing, but it's hard to tie into the GDPR of someone else's content. But because our content is ephemeral, right? Like our data retention value is pretty low. I don't know if I worry about that as much. Amen. I mean, all of the languages you can think of are Turing complete languages, so you can basically do anything you want with them. Not every single language, but yes, in general, whatever you do with Python, you can probably do with another language, but with different syntax, and the libraries available will be different. So, because Python has a great community of data scientists, if you're doing data science, you probably want to use Python just because of the libraries that are available. Yeah, right. You know, like there's a bunch of stuff that's only available in certain languages. Yeah, exactly. So, honestly, Elixir's syntax is closest to Ruby. It was created by fans of Ruby that wanted the robustness of Erlang. So Elixir is basically on the same virtual machine as Erlang, but with a, maybe a slightly nicer syntax than Erlang, meant to mirror Ruby a little bit. So if you haven't heard of Erlang, it heavily is built upon the idea of OTP, which is the Open Telephony Protocol. So if you're in Europe at all, your phone is most likely going through Elixir services when you make a phone call. Or not Elixir, sorry, Erlang services. So you get like really robust reliability from how it does message passing between nodes and scalability as well. Um, Yeah, it just has different performance characteristics than Ruby. So you get some nice Ruby-like syntax, but a faster virtual machine. Or a faster, technically, Ruby's not on a virtual machine, but whatever, right? All right, so keywords, accounts here. Yeah, accounts, we got to do some stuff too. And hey, what's up, Jarrell? Yeah, no worries. So we're just going through. We implemented a trimmed string type, which should mean that I don't have to do a bunch of trimming all over the place in my repo, which is really nice. So we're going through and fixing that part right now. Because I still want to use char fields for a lot of this stuff for the performance of it. And I think I noticed one thing I'm a little less stoked on. New chat bubbles? Yeah, I mean, we change up the chat styling every once in a while. It's kind of fun to fiddle with it. We'll give this album a try. I don't think I've heard this one. But yeah, on one of these, we saw naive date time instead of UTC date time. Yeah. Even though naive is technically UTC by default, we're more explicit this way. All right, just making sure. And what up, Spexy? How you doing? Oh. I'm doing well. Yeah, it's funny your name is Spexty because we're using a library called Specs for our OpenAPI stuff. The project we're working on is project. Let's go ahead and give that a read real quick. What I'm doing right now is we recently created a way for Ecto, our database layer, to automatically trim certain string types, which then frees us up to not have to do this ad hoc in a bunch of places. It just happens when we fetch data from the database, which is really nice. Okay, cool. That cleans up a lot of the stuff we were doing. Give me a moment while I go use the restroom. And yeah, the sounds good. It's a little slower. We might bump it up to some faster paced synthwave here in a second, but it's not bad. But yeah, let me go pee. And yeah. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't always switch it over. It is the best BRB screen on Twitch though, right? For anyone who hasn't seen it, I'll show you real quick. All right, so basically, I had that screen with just like the statue peeing for the longest time, and Krasner, one of our longtime regulars, was like, "Hey, what size is your screen?" I was like, "1920 by 1080." He's like, "I got a thing for you," and he gave me that image where it's just my head colored like the statue, but like I then put it in the overlay, and it's awesome. It's super good. So yeah, that was all Krasner's doing. Hold on, which part? Eh, right? You just don't like, you don't like if, right? Yeah, I to avoid more than 2 or 3 levels of nesting. I'll make a to-do for it. I'm okay with the to-do for it. That's probably what they're complaining about with this. Yeah, function body is nested too deep. So yeah, that's what they're warning about. You okay with that? I just think any of that like code quality change isn't necessary for right now because we have like a specific feature we're working on. Like if I were code reviewing and I saw a PR that did a bunch of unnecessary stuff, I would request it to be out into another PR. Like I've heard people say, yes, fix things as you go because otherwise it just doesn't get fixed. And I can understand that point. But code review is actually our most time consuming thing. The more things you're doing in a PR, the harder the code review for it is. And the easier it's going to be to miss something important. Yeah. And technically, like, it's not even just a fix. Like, it's like a code style thing. Like, I really don't like seeing a bunch of unnecessary code style stuff mixed in with other changes, you know? But okay, so. And yeah, like, technically, this trimmed string thing. Uh. Uh. Yeah, that could have been like a totally different PR. But because we were doing other strings that would be trimmed, it seemed like the right time to do it. I should have done it way earlier. So yeah, like I'm not being as strict about it as I could be. Yeah, in case of a need to revert, sure. Yeah, I'm not a fan of revert, like especially for like web applications. Like in general, turning it on and off is just another version bump. Like just consider Go. Go created a feature. It was experimental, but they created it and added it to one of their minor version bumps. It turns out they wanted to remove it. Well, yeah, no, to remove it, you create a whole new minor version by removing it. Like, that's just the right way to do it. Rather than reverting the entire, like, minor version bump or something. Like anytime you're mucking about with like Git history, it should be a red flag of some kind. Whereas instead, just fixing a bug that was introduced or removing something that you shouldn't have added. Does removing it go against it being a minor or patch? I mean, technically removing a feature should be a major version bump. I agree with that. Go doesn't do it that way. Right? Because it's a backwards breaking change technically. But Go did it that way, and it's fine because the feature they added that was part of the minor version bump wasn't the only thing they bumped it by, and that feature was marked as experimental. So removing it is not something you should have been depending on, so it shouldn't have technically been a backwards breaking change. Like, that's why you label something as experimental, because you're letting people know that it could disappear tomorrow. I think at that point, I could see either side of it being a minor versus a major. All right, so keyword event, we've got snippet and posted at. Ooh, see, that's different. So deprecated isn't the same thing as experimental. Removing something deprecated is still a major version bug. Marking it deprecated would be part of like a minor or a patch. I think technically a minor. But removing it is a backwards breaking change. So deprecated and experimental are separate things. And I'm not the expert. This is just my current understanding of it. I could be wrong. All right, so we want to go to our migrations now. So yeah, snippet is part of event here. And I'm going to say this is going to be no bigger than 64. I think it'll be smaller than that. Yeah, this album's too slow. Let's pump up the jams. Irving Force. Come on, Irving Force. Damn ocean sounds. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so yeah, we'll verify if that's the right size. We'll call that good for now, though. Posted at UTC date time, sure. For this, yep, link, we'll say char 255, or actually, no, these can stay string. That's right. We're going to let these just be text fields. Because we'll only ever really be doing a one-to-one lookup of these. So it's not that big a deal. And on delete, we want delete all. Yeah. Yep, delete all. Perfect. Ooh. I think we want that. So yeah, content link, content link. Let's go from the top and just double check we got sizes on these. So yeah, 255 we'll say is good. Org, we'll say that's good. Org user doesn't have it. Keyword. And yeah, since we're doing this, we can actually get rid of that migration. Yep. Yeah, all right. So we'll call that good. It's barely lyrics there, Kiwi. All right, so Mix Phoenix server. Server starts up. Parker or at Gorilla. Shit. Uh-oh. Role not found in nil. So hold up. We'll roll back all, migrate all, and then what I want to do is mix run seeds. Yep. So then we go keywords. We have no keywords yet. Shit. I would say give Linear a try. That's one I'm using right now. Trello is also free for like up to 10 projects or something. Depends on what kind of project management you're looking for and how many people you'll be working with. And then how strict you want to do it. Yeah, this is Linear right now. So just you? Honestly, if it's just you, any Kanban board would work. So, I don't know, you could check out Trello too. All right, as an example, here's Trello. So you can like group up your tasks and drag them along the swim lanes as you need to. But, you know, becoming familiar with Linear might be fun and nice. I think Jira even has a decent free tier, but I don't know about that for sure. ClickUp. I don't know ClickUp. List keywords by org ID. You'd prefer to go back to Jira? Okay. Monday's another one I've heard of. I haven't used Monday yet. I'd heard a lot of good things about Linear, so I wanted to try it. And it's okay, you know. For what I'm doing as a solo dev, I think Kanban would have been fine. Yep. Yeah, for most of this stuff, as a solo dev, you don't need any of those crazy automations or anything. Oh, okay. So hold on. So the key here is that notifications is nil. Oh, and hold on. Let me double check the message. Only thing you need is a convenient time tracker that you don't forget when you go on breaks and such. Ooh. Yeah, that's actually an app I wanted to make for a long time. Where like it would be on your phone and you would use your like the rotation of your phone related to like your compass or whatever, right? You'd set it, right? You'd like calibrate it as like empty state wherever it's like sitting on your desk, and then you could like rotate it to like change the thing that you're doing. You know, like so it'd be sitting here by default, you'd calibrate it, and then, you know, you turn it to start tracking time, you turn it back to stop tracking time. That could be interesting, right? I think it gets tricky when you like, well, yeah, you pick it up and put it in your pocket. Could the phone identify that? Using accelerometer data, probably. I don't know. I think it could be cool. Make background music for me? Eh, I'm good. Sorry, Sky. Like, definitely not something I'd pay for. Like, I pay for this synthwave for sure, but I wouldn't pay for my own custom background music. And my guess is, would you actually be producing it, or would you just end up using something like Suno? You'd just prompt it. Come on. Like, I could prompt stuff through Suno for background music if I really wanted. Yep. That's how we know we're big time. Okay, so I want to delete that keyword for now, at least. There you go, Brainless. Nicely done. Wait, what? Uh, we're going to roll back all again. Because that seems like something that happens when we get into just like a weird initial state. And I'm wondering how we even got into that state. So yeah, we got to relog in again because it's a different user. Okay, so we see keyword notifications. We actually see the word, we see keyword actually fetched. Oh. So technically, that's just a fetch issue. There you go, Diffio. Touche. You're not wrong. When I got a question. Yeah, so tea leaves are naturally sugar-free. Cool, 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 cool. Just double checking that. No, I am not drinking the whiskey at the moment. I overdid it last night, for sure. I'll probably hop into one here. I could hop into one now. I want to make sure that I don't overdo it, because I do have some work to do tonight. Oh, I hate that, Mr. Beta Skull. Yeah, I hate that. Yeah, you know what? I do need to go pour some more water. Now's a perfect time for it, actually. Big day tomorrow, still new. A few. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do some water. And then subsequently, a whiskey. I'm trying to, like. Yeah. Like. No matter what, the whiskey, gets counted as sugar. I'm trying to do like the intermittent fasting thing again. I'm fatter than I should be right now. I'm like up around 180. I should be at like 160, ideally 155. I was at 165 before traveling last year. I'm only 5'6", dude. Like I'm only 5'6", 5'5.5" maybe. Like no, it's obese for my height. Or not like obese, but yeah. No, it's definitely heavier than I should be. All right, I'm back. That's not true at all there, Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, your body treats alcohol like sugar. As far as I understand it. So as far as like intermittent fasting goes, alcohol breaks the fast. There's a big difference between keto. Wait, really? Oh yeah, I'm hopping in one. I'm drinking Pendleton. I'd have to see that. Like, yeah, I wasn't aware of that. If that's all it is, then I'll start going back to like pure water mixer. But not today. Um, and hey, thanks, Diffio. Yeah, I appreciate that. Now, I tend to have it like a one or two a day at the minimum. And then nights like last night, I overdo it a little bit. No, that makes sense. I think bourbon and scotch would then be similar, right? So not a big deal there. So yeah, if I just go back to not doing the lemonade thing, I can maybe keep on the intermittent fasting. Okay. All right, so one thing we need here, for some reason, the not nil isn't kicking in properly. Three C in Fahrenheit is around like 40 degrees. And yeah, morning, Iriel. And yeah, it makes sense there, Stafford. Yeah, I don't like vodka straight. And I've tried watering it down before. I didn't like that either. All right. Oh, so yeah, intermittent fasting is more like the calories itself. Okay, that makes sense. See, I don't care about the keto part. Hold on. We're gonna allow it. I mean, I definitely don't need the sugar anyway, right? Like the amount of sugar that I'm putting into this. Let me look at this real quick. 3/4 of a scoop would be 24 grams of sugar. I'm doing like 1/4 of a scoop, maybe a third. So yeah, that puts me around somewhere between like 8 and 12 grams of sugar, which means, yeah, it's an extra 50 calories I don't need. Whatever. Technically, Mr. Beta Skull, vodka is pronounced vodka, I believe, in Russian. Maybe not. It's the way that Chekhov would pronounce it in Star Trek, at least. Well, no, Diffio. If I'm having 3 or 4 of those a day, that's 200 calories I don't need. Like that's pretty easy. I could just cut a quick 200 calories, no problem. And I only eat one big meal a day that ends up being like 14 hundo or so. So an extra 200 calories on top of that is the difference between caloric deficit and not. At my current, activity level. Yeah. No, like I only do the one meal a day anyway because it's just easier. I like to cook my own meals and all that stuff, though. But yes, at my current activity level, those 200 calories would matter. I need to start being more active, but you can't like exercise your way into caloric deficit, you know? Like it starts with diet first. Like technically I was back up at 180 2 years ago, and I got down to 160 last year. 163 last year. I'd like to be around 155. Yeah, no, I get it. At one big meal a day, I can still have like a pretty large serving, but I probably don't need as much. I actually really like the full stomach feeling. Like, I don't know. As a snowboard bum, I had enough times where I would be hungry for days on end. So then getting that like good full stomach, no, it's really nice. But anyway, let's get back to this. Why are we getting a nil here in the database for this part? You mean sipping on it there, Amir? It's good. We've got a database thing we got to figure out. Mr. Beta Skull, I understand that. I'm hungry most of the day right now, but I get that full stomach feeling at night. And I like that. But I basically don't eat during the day. No, it's not that rough. There you go. Hell yeah. Well, I haven't done carbonara in a while. I need to go get some more bacon so I can cook some carbonara one of these nights. I'll be doing some pho tonight. Last night I was going to do the pho, so I already started like thawing the beef, but I realized that I had some fish pakora from the takeout the other night, so I ate that. And yeah, where's Maniac at? Maniac, you out there? We probably won't see Maniac till later. I think they're in India. I know, carb anara. Yep. Yeah, I mean the pho I do is actually like an instant pho, but I do the beef. So I'll do like the instant pho, boil that, get the flavors and seasonings for that, and then I'll just like, cook the beef and sear it on all sides. It'll be rare, like pretty damn rare. I'll slice it and then throw that into the pho, and then it kind of like cooks all the way through like that way. I like doing it that way. Yeah, Costco has a really good set of like it's like Snapdragon or Dragon something or other. I know. Get your mind out of the gutter. Someone was about to do a D's nuts joke. I beat you to it. Um, but yeah, like Costco has a good like instant pho that's not bad. What I'm probably planning on doing is figuring out if I can get like bulk pho seasoning and like freeze dried veggies and stuff, and then just buy bulk like rice noodles And then I'd be good to go. Because it is a little wasteful, like spending the extra for like the individual portion stuff. So I got to look into that, like how to get like powdered pho seasoning and freeze dried veggies for it. For the body to burn fat with an insulin response. So you're saying like when I'm consuming sugar or something? Define that better. I'm curious. Right? I assume consuming sugar causes an insulin response. I'm not sure that makes any sense to me. Like your body can absolutely burn those calories. Like I'd have to see a study. I'm not sure what you mean. If you want to link to something, feel free to link it. I'm very curious about that, actually. As far as I understand it, calories in, calories out. You burn calories by being active. Your body will consume the fat as it needs calories, right? I don't know for sure. I have no idea. All this health stuff is a little like tricky. I fucking hate health influencers in general, right? They're the biggest snake oil salesmen ever. Body needs to get rid of the sugar in the blood first. I'm not so sure that's entirely true. Like, your body's not going to do it automatically, but if you do exercise of some kind, your muscles, while they're rebuilding, will burn those calories, right? Maybe, like you're saying, it would have to expend all the sugar in your bloodstream. Okay. But, like, blood sugar goes fairly low throughout parts of the day anyway. Yeah. Yeah, what you're getting at is basically like the keto idea of burning fat, right? But I don't think you need to go into full on ketosis to burn fat. And that's something the keto health industry would love to have us believe, but you don't have to go into full on ketosis to burn fat. That's the way I understand it. I could be totally wrong. But yeah, I don't know. Just double checking there, Snoopy. Carbohydrates. Yeah. Yeah, your body basically treats any carbohydrate like sugar. It just depends on how quickly it enters the bloodstream, right? But I'm almost positive you can burn fat with sugar in the bloodstream still. I would really have to see some kind of like info for that, Snoopy. The real way is just calories in, calories out. If you have a caloric deficit, you will burn fat. It's that simple. You found a way to motivate yourself to bike and get healthy more. Nice. Yeah, I want to start waking up way earlier in the day, especially as summer starts kicking in, because I don't like riding the bicycle on the trails here. Number one, when there's a bunch of people out there, and number two, when it's like really hot. Like in the past, I've done biking at like 11 a.m., and that sucks. Like during the summer. Like it just sucks. Oh, there you go, Mr. Demon Wolf. That's not a bad idea. I mean, you're making something over nothing, right? Yeah, I'm really curious about that. Yeah, and in some cases, a bike would be quicker than driving, right? In like heavy traffic days. So yeah, what we end up seeing is that this notifications array comes back with a null value. Yeah, it's all right. You know, works good enough. I like supporting the homies, you know? Oh, so they do the array remove thing. Okay. Okay, cool. So yeah, we got these two things, and it should be good. Been a pro subscriber for a few months now. You love it. Yeah. Honestly, I'm paying for Claude, but I don't use Claude often enough. And that's $20 a month versus the 8 I would be paying for T3 chat. So yeah, I would save $12 a month. I'm pretty lazy. I'm still paying for Copilot, and I don't use that at all anymore. So yeah, I need to like really cut down on some of the subscriptions I got. Yeah, no. Theo's doing a really good job. Right? He's offering value over the other BS in a really good way. And it's a nice app to use. I don't find that a lot of the features they're offering are necessary for me, right? And the speed of it, I don't know. It's fine. I'm not enough of a power user for those seconds to matter. I think that's the big part there. Oh, someone's smoking some weed out there. Yeah, I smell you. Curious which neighbor it is. No. Yeah, for the most part, we don't have a tobacco smoker nearby that I've smelt for a long time, but we definitely got weed smokers. Like, it's rare. I smell the weed more than I smell tobacco, and I'm okay with that. But yeah, so we got that fix. Starting from a fresh state, we're okay. We can then add a new notification. This is marketing email. Product marketing. All right, so then we run into an error with that. Okay, so we haven't done this bit for a while. So yeah, we got to make sure that some of this stuff's actually working as we expected. Ideally, I would be doing a lot of this stuff elsewhere, but this is a marketing app. I mean, yeah, your marketing department probably needs to respond to mentions of your product on social media. Yeah, like marketing departments and social media managers are like the core target market for this. So, notification controller create. Okay, I see what's happening here. So, part of the issue is I combined the verification rate limit into here. Let me get more music going. Could you see a demo sometime? What do you mean by see a demo sometime? Like, what do you mean by that? All right, like you're seeing it. This is the product. You're seeing the demo. No, that's fine, dude. It's okay. It's fine. Okay, so yeah, we had broken that before. All right, so then we go back to keywords. Yeah, no, it's really good, Diffia. Yeah, for sure. And would you prefer I say Morpheus instead? Up to you. But yeah, no, it's a really good community in this channel, in this like category. Like, yeah, I really like it. Justin? Okay, I'll try and remember that. But yeah. Or Diffio. I think Diffio is going to be easier, but I'll try and remember Justin. Or Morpheus. Like, whatever, like, I'll say whatever you prefer. I can try and remember Justin. You might just have to remind me, like, once or twice in the future, depending on how often you show up. You're going to change the name? Well, then it'll be really hard for me to remember. Diffio's fine for now until you change it. I get it. Makes sense. All right, so what's the deal? Why are we not getting any events, right? Like, we were getting like thousands of events for Foo, and now we're not getting a single one. Right? So we see that the value is getting trimmed properly there. Yeah, we're doing Magic Link Auth at the moment, and then we'll be doing OAuth after that. That'll probably be as deep as our auth goes. Eventually, we might do our own like authenticator app stuff, because I've done that for a different app. But for this one, I think Magic Link and then OAuth is totally fine. And in fact, we'll probably encourage OAuth and make Magic Link like a small sub like link. But for now, it's just Magic Link. Oh, it'll definitely be enough. Yeah, yeah, for sure. At some point, we'll need to do like SAML and some of that stuff. I think it'll be a long time before we have that problem, though. Right? Like SAML and OIDC. So I think our issue is that the client here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So SAML is like the oldest version, and OIDC is like the more modern version, but they're both for like enterprise level SSO. Yeah. Like getting into the app marketplaces, basically. Like what do they call it? Internal developer platform, like IDPs. Yeah, I don't think we need to do that immediately though. We can wait on that. You know what's happening? This create keyword event is broken. That's what our issue is. Yep. All right, so we'll wait. So snippet is required, posted at is required, and we're not passing either of those because we updated how we create a keyword event. And technically, we need to also create the keyword content. And hold on. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Definitely not necessary for right now. All right, so link that goes on to content. Snippet. We could do this for the moment. So keyword event result goes first, and then this is equal to ATProto Elixir dot keywords create keyword event content. Oh, why is it there? Because we forgot to save our .vs code settings. Oh wait, no, no, hold on. Now we're doing it for the front end. We're not doing it for the back end. That's it. We're using a thing called power mode. So it's a VS Code extension. It is not Copilot. I'm using Super Maven for my like AI autocompletion. All right, we'll do that for now at least. So then this is... And technically, we want to pattern match these. That's also power mode. I don't know. Power mode's just kind of fun, especially for stream stuff. I just gave you a link a second ago. If you look up in chat there, Nightbot responded with a link. Yeah, it's pretty fun, Gasper. Oh. Oh, well, yeah, that's going to fail. Shit. Shit. Oh, I see what I'm missing. Yep. Okay, so yeah, we don't need to keep logging those. We do know that it works now. Take it easy, Kinslayer. But yeah, it's a fun extension. Yeah. Yeah, over here there's another extension that, or like it's the same extension, but we have a different like animation. Right? So coded, much logic, much solid, so engineered, much skill, rally VS Code power. I like that one. That one's fun. All right, so we don't need to keep logging decoded either. But looking at what we get, we see commit, we see record created at. That's the value we end up wanting to parse, and we need to turn that into a UTC date time. Don't go changing, internet. Yeah, a little questionable there, Brainless. But yeah, so what I want to do is I want to convert this into the UTC time of it. And I think chrono is the library, right? Not chrono trigger. Timex. Chrono's the Rust one. That's right. Timex. Yeah, good catch. Here we go. Oh, I have Timex already. Perfect. Okay, I thought I was using it. Cool. Is Elixir pretty established by now? I would say, yeah, it's probably around 10 years old. I don't know if it's that established. Like, it's more established than something like Zig, for sure, but the amount of jobs for it isn't necessarily that many. Discord uses Elixir pretty heavily. Like, there's a lot of companies that use it, but I wouldn't say it's like common. Hotel, car, flight booking site. Yeah, that makes sense. We'll ask this. So it's just timex.parse in the format. Perfect. Oh, I hated that one. Posted at is invalid. Type UTC date time. Yeah. So we're doing it into a Timex value. What's up, COD header crap? Maybe it's header crap. Different thing. Oh, they hates it. So attempted to apply a function named Unix on error, expected at least one parser to succeed. Ah. Nope, they hate that one too. I don't know. We could do it that way. We're already using Timex, so why not? But we could do that too. All right, so we do see that we're getting that string. Oh, it's fine, Diffio or Justin. Yeah, no, the chatting's the fun part. If I wanted to code without chatting, why would I be streaming? You know. Right, so the .unix is going to be a flaw still. Oh, hold on, wait. What did I do wrong this time? Yeah, so let's figure out what format that actually is. So it is 8601. So yeah, we could probably just use the standard library. Let's try it. Oh, and then it comes back with the offset. So I guess it does come back as the UTC by default? We'll see. Okay. Yeah, I guess naive or the native date time is probably better anyway. Just really curious why we weren't able to get Timex to do it right. But whatever. All right, so then we go back to the front end here. We can refresh, and we get events for foo and bar. Perfect. And you know, we can keep refreshing, and it goes up. What time is it? All right, it's been an hour since our last beverage, so we could have another. So the next thing I want to do is this whole like lorem ipsum dolores sit emet, right? Instead, right, all we're doing is we're matching the text, which is this part. So, yeah, let's do another quick thing here. And where does it show me how many, like, free messages I have left? I don't know. But yeah, let's do a new chat. I am using string.match to find, and it is string.match, right? Yeah, string.match to find an instance of a word within a block. Text. How would I grab it's pretty fast. Right now I'm using the free tier and it's pretty solid. When you consider that for $8 a month, you're at a cheaper level than Claude. I'm not sure if the amount of like chats you're able to do is comparable or not. I don't know the exact billing, but I'm liking it so far. Okay, so I kind of like this. What I want to do is I want to extract, right? Like we want to make sure the word is there. So we're just matching on it. And it's just a simple true or false. The next bit, though, that I want to do is I want to get a snippet of the surrounding words within like the text. So then basically when we are showing this list, we would show the snippet where the word was found and a couple words before and after it with ... dots around it, maybe. And I think we're pretty close. Like, yeah, I think they did a good job here. Yeah, yeah, and it's using capture groups, for sure. In my opinion, AI and LLMs, regular expressions are the perfect use case for them. Because I hate this shit. Right? Like, oh my god, they're the worst. But let me go use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. I think I like what they're doing here. Yeah, it's interesting to me that instead of string.match, they're just doing regex.run. Which is okay. The way they were doing it before was this. I think I like this version better. It Okay, I see. Yeah, they're doing the when. Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do the so the way I like what they're doing here because they are breaking things up by the whole words rather than cutting the words in half. We're also going to have edge cases where if it's the first or last word that we might want to handle too. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know if like the whole words matter or not. But we're not handling the start or finish. And that would be like a separate case. I think the start or finish thing is a separate thing though. Let me get more music going. Oh, something crunchy. I gotta use the restroom again. Pour another beverage, and yeah, we'll. Make sure I'm running over that cable. And yeah, I'll be right back. And yeah, I think we'll do it the way they're doing it. We'll extract it as a module though. Yeah, no worries, Brainless. Thank you for chilling. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. I gotta pee though. BRB. Sorry. I had to Q-tip my ear. It was getting really itchy. But yeah, I think extracting this out to a module is the right move anyway. I don't think that's actually correct. Because, yeah, we're not going to get a space between these. But whatever. We can fiddle with it and see what's up. So then here in client, Ricardo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay. So it's not actually doing it based on spaces. Ah. COD. I mean, best is kind of a bullshit term, but if you're looking for a good, cheap place to host, I mean, depends on, is it just static assets like 3JS, HTML, and CSS? If so, you could get away with Netlify or Vercel or Render. If it's, you could always use like GitHub Pages too. So do you have like multiple pages or is it a single page? And I don't mean single page as in like SPA, right? Single page application. I mean like just a single route. Will it change? Because the one place where, like, GitHub Pages is great if it's just a single page. It falls down a little bit if you're trying to use like client-side routing. Now, if you're doing static site generation, GitHub Pages is great. But if you're doing client-side routing for like a single-page application style thing, it's not as great. So I don't know. You got options. The main reason is when you're doing routing for a static site where you have multiple routes, but it's all a single page application, not statically generated, you need to have like a fallback HTML page that it redirects to, and GitHub Pages doesn't allow you to set the fallback. Yeah, Render, I mean, Netlify or Vercel are also free if you're using a framework especially. Render's good. GitHub Pages is fine too. Yeah, it just depends. I use Render a lot. Render's really nice because they do the same thing as Vercel and Netlify, where you do a push to your repo, and Render will rebuild based upon that push. So you kind of got options. If you don't like Vercel for reasons, Render also does a lot of that stuff too. Netlify is another good option too. And yes, Vercel and Netlify and Render are totally going to say like they want to charge you money, but you can use their free tiers totally fine for what you're doing specifically. And GitHub Pages is totally free. There's no way like they charge you at all. Hash routing, you can do it on GitHub Pages, but hash routing just sucks. You know? Yeah, no worries. That's nice, Nader. I'm glad you found a mentor. You're going to want to wean yourself off of needing mentors, though. Right? Like, self-sufficiency is going to be the biggest skill you should build as a dev. But I understand. It's nice to have someone to ask questions and, you know, all that stuff. Everyone learns differently, etc. But yeah, I just think at some point you got to really focus on being able to teach yourself as a dev. And that doesn't mean like completely on your own, like figure it out. Like you got the whole internet in front of you, you know? You don't have any friends that code? Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, coming from the snowboard world, I didn't have any coding friends either. All right, so let's double check this. Okay, so snippet length. I see, I see. Hold on. So I'm messing that up. Wish there was an easy way to delete all rows. We're good on that. Oh, it's tough there, Nader. Yeah. What you're looking for is internship, right? Like the working for free part. So try and find internships. I don't know what the word is in your language, but that is like the keyword or finding those like free for experience kinds of roles. It's a lot harder to get one as like a solo dev. That's where schools can help like place you, and they lend a little bit of like validity. But yeah, internships are tough. In general, the easiest kind of job to get as a beginning engineer is going to be an agency, like a place where you're going to do WordPress stuff or just random things for clients. The main reason that's the easiest place to work is because they are incentivized to hire fresh people because they can pay them less, because every hourly rate comes out of their hourly rate. So when they're billing a client for, $150 an hour, however much you make comes out of that hourly, right? So the less they pay you, the more they make overhead from. So pretty much every agency out there, or consultancy, or like there's a whole bunch of different names, they are all incentivized to give newer people a try, because the more experienced people go where the pay is better. Yeah, it's fine. It's tough. It's a hard market out there right now. But if you're looking to get any job as a dev as quickly as possible, a lot of people are going to hate on WordPress, but there are a lot of jobs out there for beginners to start out with WordPress. Like, I started with WordPress. I know several other really good engineers that started with WordPress. I think a lot of beginners out there are really fucking up by not considering WordPress just because people like to joke about it. Just because a lot of people consider WordPress not serious web development. So, yeah, if you're trying to get employed, just remember that WordPress devs don't make a lot of money, but it's a good way to get your first job while you keep working on other stuff. What I'm saying is you should be able to learn anything there, Nader. So get your first job as a WordPress dev. You'll be doing some JavaScript while doing that. And then while you have a job, it's always easier to get another job. Yeah, the problem with WordPress is some guy named Matt. Matt Mullenweg is toxic for the brand. But yeah, I would recommend learning good best practices with WordPress. You can do it. I believe in you. But it's just tough out there because a lot of people don't consider WordPress real dev. Eventually, you'll stop putting the WordPress stuff on your resume. But if you're trying to get that first job, WordPress is really the easiest way to get that first job. Like, I got really lucky. My first job, like, I did freelancing. I did WordPress, Magento, built my own side projects, etc. My first dev job, I got because I did WordPress, and they needed someone within the week. I was able to complete that project, and then very quickly, they had another project coming down the pipeline for some actual, like, JavaScript application stuff. And they didn't have any people on their teams that were good at that. So I got hired specifically because I could knock out a project for them real quick as a contract to hire. And then if I was fun to work with, they had a project coming down the pipeline for me to do JavaScript application stuff. So I got lucky there, like really lucky there. But just recognize that even a WordPress agency will eventually want to expand out to higher paying clients that want to do application stuff. Yeah, Shopify stuff is really not a bad idea. Like, honestly, Nader, just because PHP is memed about doesn't mean it's not a viable start to your career. Getting that first dev job is the hardest. Getting your next one becomes way easier. And honestly, like, yeah, getting that first dev job's important because you got to eat. Yeah, no worries. There are definitely warts to PHP. There are things that are worth making fun of, right? Like, is the string function I'm looking for going to have an underscore or not? Right? String split. Does it have an underscore? I don't remember. I'd have to go look it up. And that's fine, but it's pretty gross, the fact that it's so inconsistent. I don't remember if the latest version of PHP has fixed how gross callbacks are. Right? Like, does PHP 8.3 have good lambdas? I don't remember it having good lambda functions previously. Like, PHP 7 didn't have lambda functions. You had to, like, call it by name, which was gross. I think 8 has lambda functions now. But it's been a while. I don't remember. Yeah, every language has things to make fun of, though. For sure. In general, don't let memes get in the way of making money. The people on, like, the web dev subreddit or, like, the programming humor subreddit, most of those people are unemployed. That's why they have time to hang out on those subreddits. Don't listen to unemployed people about employability. Hold on. Oh, my server's not running right now. Hold on. Yeah. So we said the length was 10. Let's make the length 20. I think that's a little bit better. And shit, we can make it 32. Why not? $42. Why not? There we go. I understand Nader, right? That's the toughest part. What you can do is start finding friends and family that need static sites made. And you could use Astro or, like maybe find a family friend that needs a WordPress site, get them to host it with WordPress.com or some bullshit. Help them set that up. Right? If you're willing to work for free, family members probably have like hobby projects that they want to make a website for. The problem is they're going to expect you to be their web person forever. So you need to like set the boundaries ahead of time. Like, I'll help you set this up. We'll get it going. I may run out of time to actually work on this in the future. This is just so you have something. So yeah, like, does your mom like doing photography? Build a photography portfolio for her. Boom, nailed it. Does your sister paint? Build a painting portfolio where she can take commissions. Like, people can email her and she can take a commission, right? And like make a painting for someone. Boom, right? Like, I don't know. Do you have friends that have a band? Hey, non-codes. What's up? How you doing? So yeah, what are you up to, Nan? Let me read through Mentally Toxic's comment real quick while you're letting us know what you were doing. So yeah, you have a tough decision. Go with a more elaborate architecture for your app that may unlock a cool new experience. Sounds like over-engineering. Or go with something simple that may not yield the same gains but is reliable. It's easy to write off either. So Mentally Toxic, here's the thing. You need to weigh whether the value of just getting it launched is higher than the learning experience. You need to decide that. That's up to you. Is the thing you're trying to build going to make you some money? Well, then get it launched as quick as possible. Is it just a fun side project? Well, do it the hard way then. Right? You need to weigh the cost-benefit analysis of each approach. And then non-codes. You did a couple leak codes. You got stumped on an easy. Don't worry about that, right? Doing leak code is an entirely different way of thinking. Yeah, no worries, Mentally Toxic, for sure, right? If you just need to get it up there because you could make some money from it, just do it the indie hacker, just get it out there approach, Don't worry about scaling yet. Because you don't need to scale if you don't have users. Often you'll see me do things the scaling way just because I need that practice in general anyway, rather than just hammering it out. But you'll see me make compromises towards the MVP. Right now, our pagination is just going to be really simple. We were over-engineering it real quick. But some of the other things we're doing are not over-engineered, but they're more complicated than just hammering it out and getting it out there. Because I want to make something I can maintain. So I don't know. There's just things you got to weigh when you're considering this. And Casper, yeah, there is so much tribalism in our line of work. People whine about OS, language, framework, keyboard, star sign. Yeah. It's not even religious. It's zealotry. It's not even a religion. It's it's a cult. It's cargo culting. For sure. And then, yeah, so non-codes. I wanted to get back to it, right? The mentality of doing leak code is really its own style of thinking, and thinking in a leak code way, it's just something you got to practice. You're going to fail on the easy stuff. It's going to happen. But the more you do it, the better you get at it. And you'll start to be able to recognize a bunch of patterns, right? You'll be able to recognize, oh, this question, what it's really asking is a depth-first search or a breadth-first search, or it's some other stuff, right? Often you can start recognizing the pattern of the algorithm that the leak code problem's trying to make you use. And I'm bad at them. I'm really bad at leak code. I'm very good at getting something that works until the leak code problem has this thing where it's no, you know what? You're doing it the naive way. You need to do it the right way. I'm good at the naive approach. I'm not great at the other approach. And there you go, Gumboat. I get it. You're memeing. I would prefer when you're taking the piss, when you're just having some fun, just throw a kappa on it. It's just so much easier. Yeah, I'm bad at the optimal way. I can problem solve, and I can get to a point where it works for most cases, but then when they start checking for performance, I'm bad at knowing the performant way to do it. So, meh. I'm just bad at leak code, Mr. Beta Skull, Postgres is SQL. In general, between the different dialects of SQL, such as Postgres, SQL Server, MySQL, there's going to be functions available to you that you can use versus not use. Right? So as an example, right, if we go look at one of the more complicated ones, This like array remove and the JSON B build object and array aggregate, like a bunch of those are Postgres specific, but distinct case when is not null is SQL, right? And like these other things, these are just regular old SQL as well with query builder instead of string. But some of these functions would exist or not exist depending on the flavor of SQL that you're using. SQL Server, I think, has the most built-in like functions and stuff like that. You can definitely add plugins to Postgres to get new and better and different functions, which is cool. But yeah, that's something to remember. Like, this is just SQL. There is no difference other than the standard library included with it. Raw, just regular SQL, is the same everywhere. But then all the other stuff you add on top is what makes those flavors different. Yeah, no worries, Non. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, we're having a good day. We're chilling. And that's fine, Nader, but you need to practice those as well. At this day and age, you have to do leak code. I wish it wasn't so. Oh, I really, really wish it wasn't so. And the best jobs I've ever had didn't require leak code. But you still need to know it. If only for maintaining your own confidence and sanity. Because it's really demoralizing going into an interview. They ask you some leak code thing and you fail it. You start to question your own self-worth. That becomes an issue. Reason I chose Postgres over MySQL. Postgres is the default for Phoenix. And I don't care that much. I don't think I'm going to run into the performance concerns for Postgres versus MySQL. And that performance concern is down to Postgres's connection pooling. Each connection is a process. MySQL's connection pooling, each connection is a thread, which means RAM gets way heavier on the process model versus the thread model. I'm not going to run into that for a long time. But when you're considering things like distributed databases, MySQL makes that way less overhead for the hardware and all that stuff. I get it, Gumboat, but no, like, you would question your self-worth not over the leak code itself, but over failing an interview, like, miserably. Right? It's not the leak code itself, it's the company using the leak code. Their judgment hurts, and that would make you question something. Maybe it's a little, maybe it's a lot. That's up to you and your mental fortitude. But it does happen. I failed doing Fibonacci on a whiteboard for a job I think I would have really liked to have. I almost got to work at Mixer. That would have been a fun project to work on for the 6 months they were still in business before they folded Mixer and then took the team and spread it out throughout Microsoft. But I think that still would have been a really fun team to be on. Oh, and I get it, Gumboat. And in game dev, in general, you're not needing to worry about all that BS anyway. Because you can just use the ECS that's built in. Like, you're not building your own ECS from scratch. Like, game dev is very much not leak code based in the interview process anyway. Because they pay like shit and they can't afford to. Like, they can't afford to disregard people because of leak code shit. And also, like, leak code doesn't matter for most game development. Right? Most game development is actually just scripting. Right? The people that build the engines need to know leak code style stuff for sure. The people that are scripting interactions in those games, meh. Okay, so if you're an engine dev, you should be making more. Like, honestly, engine devs should be able to command a pretty high salary comparatively, but probably still not as good as, like, Fang bullshit, right? So I get that. That makes sense. But you make a trade off because you probably really enjoy making game engine stuff, right? Oh, I see what you're saying, Gumboat. Okay. I mean, you can always interview at other places, right? But yeah, indie is tough. Indie is tough. My font is Dorama Sans. It's way better. It's way better. It's basically the same thing, but we added ligatures. That's all. What am I having for dinner? I'm gonna do pho. I got the beef thawed from last night, but I had some other stuff to eat, so yeah, I got to use that beef before it goes bad. If you're gonna do WordPress, you need to know PHP. Yeah, for sure, Nader. The big thing, Nader, is that learning a new language should be easy eventually because the patterns are basically the same. Learning a new language should not be a big deal. The easier that gets, the better you are as a dev in general. Haskell is brutal. Yeah, Haskell is brutal. To host static files with edge caching, can you just use Cloudflare R2 for storage plus Cloudflare snippets for edge logic? I'm not sure about. I don't know. I've never used Cloudflare's snippets or R2. I haven't done anything with the Cloudflare ecosystem in any significant way. I have a project I want to build on top of Cloudflare. I want to basically make a what is it, like dub.co? Yeah, I want to make a dub.co clone, but build it entirely on like the Cloudflare ecosystem. Oh, I get it, Gumboat. Hold on. You can make Rust actually really nice. With Rust, when in doubt, clone it out. Borrow checkers complaining, clone it. Lifetime's got you down, clone it. And you can be really productive and very performant. You're not going to be as performant every single time, but in a lot of cases, the compiler can elide away a lot of those clones. Good first project for learning Rust, one that you've already built, because then you're just figuring out the how, not the what. Right? So much of building a project is figuring out what you want to do. When learning a new language, you just need to figure out how you do it. So build something you've already built. That's my recommendation. Yeah, there you go, Gumboat. Yeah, for sure. Um, but yeah. So I hope that helped. 5'9". Yeah, no worries. But yeah, sorry I don't know enough about Cloudflare. Like, if you want to get it up and done quick enough and it's just a static site, Vercel might be easy enough, you know? Right? Like, it depends on if you want to get it launched or if you want to learn Cloudflare. Like, you don't have to use Next.js on a Vercel site. I think that's something a lot of people like misunderstand. They're incentivized to make you use Next.js because server-side rendering allows them to bill you more. They'll say, no, it's for your users, blah, 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 whatever. HTMX is fine. HTMX fills the same void as jQuery, where you're just decorating static HTML rather than controlling the entire application with it. That's my current understanding of it. I haven't done enough HTMX, so I could be a little wrong there. But as far as I understand, HTMX is better when you're just decorating server-side rendered HTML. So I don't build applications like that in general. If I need something like that, I could just use Astro and use React in like little small snippets as I need it, right? So yeah, static sites and, you know, things where I need a static site and I just want to decorate a little bit, yeah, I'm going to use Astro. And then I can use React or Solid or whatever. It doesn't matter. What's my plan for profiting? I'm going to have a billing tier for this thing I'm making right now. I'm going to seek investment for Walter once I've proven out the idea. Whiskey lemonade. No. You should never pursue Google Ads as a bootstrapper. No way in hell. Nope. My strategy is good SEO and promoting on social media by talking about it without making it shilly. Because Google Ads they're like a shotgun approach to recognition. They're actually a really, really bad idea for a bootstrapped project. Google Ads are really good for you're an established product, people are somewhat familiar, and you have a special thing you want to like sell them on, maybe. Or like as part of a greater funnel. When you're bootstrapping, you don't have a greater funnel. You don't have a marketing department. You know, it's a waste of money to use Google Ads when you're a brand new project. So you're talking about just general grassroots marketing. There's things you should probably Google and figure out. Right? Talk with people about those things on relevant subreddits, maybe. Without mentioning your product yet, become a subject matter expert, build a following, and if they like you, right? About the same amount of people that would click your Google ad are the same amount of people that would probably click your name and see your thing in your profile. As far as the percentage of people. You're aiming for that like 0.1%. You can do that by just being a member of good communities and having your product listed somewhere in your profile. If someone's really curious and they ask what you've done, then you can tell them. But yeah, in general, ads are a money sink for bootstrapped projects. If you got money to burn because you're a startup, like you're a funded startup, well then sure, maybe. There might still be a better way of investing. right? Like the $4,000 I made from making this highlight video. I would bet that the $4,000 they made from this with 26,000 views is probably a much higher converter than them spending that same $4,000 on Google Ads, as an example. I do wear a beanie most times. It's kind of my brand at this point. And I am balding. I'm not trying to hide it. I just don't like fucking with my hair. I don't give a shit about my hair. Yeah, in general, hold on, let me double check and read what you're saying. Very interesting marketing experience with your web project. Zero marketing, one backlink, and good SEO, but the website became very popular anyways. Yes, good SEO. Like, that's why this video made it. This video is exactly what people are typing into Google, you know? So the SEO of it is what drove this. Make good content, make blog posts, post those blog posts somewhere if they're relevant. You'll have a better return on investment making blog posts about how you built the thing rather than paying Google Ads for it. If you don't have a blog for your product, you're probably fucking up because that's free SEO. And yeah, I like, you know, I'll show you. Free beanieless. Yeah, look at how bald this guy's getting. But also, like, I don't like dealing with my hair. Like, I'll wake up and it's like a cowlick or something. Yeah, you just throw the beanie on. I don't give a shit enough. I don't like fucking with it. But I also don't want to, like, shave my head every day. Every other day, once a week. Like, any of that shit. Hell no. I'm way too lazy for that. Right? Just go full bald. Oh, you mean, yeah, I have to shave my head every fucking week? No, thank you. I'm good on it. No, thanks. Yeah, marketing boils down to making the game good enough. Write some blog posts about how you built some stuff, and there you go. I know, it is pretty rare there are dark matter. I do. Yeah. My goal is like 2 a day with the odd, like, way too much. We're on 3 right now, so, you know, I'd like to cut down. But also, I like hanging out. Yeah, COD, if you got balding in your family, like, yeah, you're gonna go bald. Statistically. It's probably not a problem, though. Who cares? All right, so back to what we're actually building. Yeah, I'm not sure what the buying end is like. Yeah, I'm not sure, Gumboat. Like, can you advertise in specific subreddits? There might be return on Reddit ads at that point. But if you can't pick the specific subreddits, I'd say it's probably kind of bad then. Yeah, I mean, Reddit's pretty good at identifying you as a user and what your interests might be based upon, like, the subreddits you subscribe to, that kind of stuff. Like, you are being targeted, for sure. All right, so hold on. Where did we leave off? We're doing the regular expression pattern thing. We double-checked that we are able to get somewhat longer snippet code. Ooh, okay, so eventually what we'll want to do is highlight the word but that's a front-end concern, and we can do that part later. We are getting a good snippet. It's capped at 64 characters, which is good. We could actually crank the value down, but I think 64 is a good maximum. I don't think so, Steven. Like, they'll ask you what's up with the gap in your resume, and you can simply say, I was trying my hand at some startup stuff. I'm not sure what the right answer for those questions are. For me, it's truthful. I've been trying startup stuff whenever I've had a gap because I'm doing that all the time anyway. Taking care of family, like, I don't know, there's all sorts of reasons. It's tough. It's tough, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that. What I would say is there is Headless Headhunter and maybe some other people who do content like that, where he's specifically a recruiter. He might have some good tips on how you could answer that question better. One second. Sorry. There we go. And what's up, Jai? How you doing? All right, making sure I didn't miss any other questions. Decided to pick up trading, though. Yeah, no, that's cool, man. Yeah, I made, like, in total, I want to say around, like, 20 grand in capital gains last year, which I'm pretty proud of. I mean, Steven, I'd say no matter what, you should always be interviewing. Even if you're not ready yet, you might find a job that you really like. And also just like keep up the practice. I mean, at this point, you could interview with companies that you really like or that you're considering. I don't know. That's up to you, man. You decide if it's worth it. But I do think there's value in just keeping your options open. Oh, I get that, Steven, but like what kind of work would you really like to do? What's your like dream job? And I know technically your dream job is not having a job. That same. I get it. I get it. But if you had to have a job, what's your dream job? I don't know where these guys are fully based. Yeah, the market's tough, but developer experience engineer, they're looking for US based for this one, but this company does tend to have European time zone. Oh, they don't have any European time zone stuff right now? I find that weird. I find that really weird. Because they're a European company. But as an example, this is my dream job, right? Developer experience engineer working on SDKs and open source projects like AuthKit and the Next.js library, right? Create example apps for users. Like this would be all just like boom, like public, like probably build it on stream type stuff. This is kind of my dream job as a dev. Right? Represent the team publicly through blog posts, public docs, and developer tooling. Like, dude, there's so much that would be really cool there. You'd hate to work in consulting. Yeah, no, I get that. And yeah, like at 250K at 175 base, this would be a solid bump up for me. Like at the base, I'm about where I'm at. But man, if the ceiling is 250, I'd be going for the ceiling, right? So I did freelancing a bit. Beyond that, I then worked at a consulting company or an agency or whatever you want to call it. I started out with a WordPress project. That was my contract to hire. So the interview was really easy because they just had a quick contract to hire where they could decide if they wanted me or not. And then after that, they offered me full-time employment, and I ended up being able to build out like full JavaScript applications as like the main thing I did for that company, which is really cool. Every once in a while, I had to go and do some e-commerce bullshit or whatever because it was a consultancy. But yeah, like I got really lucky that they had some stuff in the pipeline where they needed single page application developers. But my trial by fire was they had a WordPress project they needed to launch that week. And I put in 60 plus hours getting that over the finish line. But yeah, no, this is kind of my dream job. Right? Just being able to work on something open source. Like, dude, there's just this checks every box where like they would value content for the community via blog posts and docs and tooling and maybe even like talking. Have I tried applying to that? No, because I like the company I'm at. The company I'm at right now, this is the first company that gave me a chance as a developer advocate. I've interviewed at multiple developer advocacy like roles, and every single one of them was like, well, we just wish you had more experience as a DevRel. even though I had been speaking at meetups, speaking at conferences, making YouTube content, talking to developers every day, building a community. There are a lot of just short-sighted companies where, they want experience, even though you've kind of got experience, but it's not official. So this is the first company that gave me that chance, so I'm definitely giving these guys maybe more time than I would otherwise, but I like the team, I like the people I work with, I like the product at GetKraken. Yeah. They'll probably get 2 years out of me at least. Even though I think I could make more money, they deserve at least that much loyalty. And I'm still figuring it out, Like, I don't understand product marketing. So, yeah, even though I would really like this job, I have a little bit of, like, loyalty. What would make me unhappy is being disloyal. Would I enjoy this job that I'm showing more? Maybe. But I don't know if that would, like... I don't think that would offset my just personal morals, right? Ethically, totally fine. Jump ship whenever. Morally, for me, I think a little bit of loyalty goes a long way. And, like, look at that message that Nightbot just posted. This company lets me just, like, try things, too. Like, yeah, I decided, let's try a blog post. And they just let me do it. That's really cool. So, yeah, like, I don't know. I like the people. I like the CEO. I like the work. I like the product. GetKraken checks a lot of boxes. And they gave me a chance when a lot of other people weren't. I highly value that. Man, I got the facial flushing going tough right now. Look at how red these cheeks are. But okay, let's get back to building stuff. Right? You can just build stuff. But yeah, real quick, hold on. Let's catch up on the chat. You're thinking after your degree just to get a technical role and then work on projects on the side. The UK job market is cooked at the moment. Yeah. I will give one word of caution to people in general. Getting a job doing dev with a technology you are not necessarily looking for is definitely worth doing, right? Like WordPress or whatever, as a foot in the door. But it's not worth going into QA or support or some of those roles, because if you're good at those things, they want to keep you there because it's hard to find good people. And if you're not good at those things, they definitely don't want to give you a chance as a dev. So it's really hard to break out of QA and support at an organization. You might think it's a foot in the door. It's not. It's actually a ball and chain. Most of the people I've chatted with who are in QA or testing have talked about how hard it is to get out of QA and testing. And the same goes for support as well. If your goal is to be a developer, those things are actually kind of dead ends. But if you got bills to pay, you got bills to pay. Johnhua, if you're out there, I'm really not trying to call you out. You're not the only person I'm thinking of when I say this. I've talked to way too many people in those kind of roles. And it's a very common pattern. I know, Johnhua. I'm sorry. Like, I think you're at a good place where you have more of a chance of breaking out within that same company than if you were at just some random place. But yeah, a paycheck is a paycheck. I get it. But you should be interviewing at other places on a regular basis. You should be working on side projects and practicing your leak code and just interviewing anyway, because you can't count on the company you're at to migrate you. And you may eventually take a cut to do it, but you just got to remember like the ceiling versus like where you're at. The ceiling in dev is way higher. My guess is you wouldn't actually be taking much of a cut because no one pays support or QA or testing what they're worth anyway. Steven, I don't know. Focus on your own stuff is a thing, but 12 months of runway is not as much as you think it is. If you have 12 months of money to live, you need to be interviewing for your next job by 6 months into it. Because in this market, it could easily take 6 months. If you got 5 years of runway, well, yeah, sure. You should probably be, like, that's the tough part, though. 4 years of a gap is hard to describe, hard to, like, convince. You need to set yourself a realistic expectation of if you haven't made it work by a year, you should be trying to find another job. Because, yes, 6 months of a gap, 1 year of a gap, explainable. 4 years of a gap, really tough unless you had a startup that they can look up. So yeah, just throwing that out there. Like, you do you, man. Like, I don't know you. I don't know your life. Right? Again, I'm not the biggest expert. All I'm doing is trying to give at least the little bit of advice I think I know, but, you know, find other sources. It's an option. Like, what if your startup is OnlyFans, Lightspeed? I mean, if your startup is OnlyFans, you're probably making some money, so it doesn't matter. You want to build the better, you know, adult tube? You can count on your exit being acquired by the conglomerate that owns most of those companies anyway. That can definitely be a thing, Stephen. There are people that make open source work and, you know, whatever. And if you get really good at what you do, like Josh Goldberg, the guy who does a bunch of like ESLint, TypeScript ESLint stuff. Yeah, that dude could get hired anywhere he wants at this point. But he has open source projects that we all depend on. That's like hitting the lottery. Right? That's the edge case, not the common case. I mean, yes, because Google does leak code stuff. The homebrew guy thought he was better than leak code. No, like, no matter what open source you're doing, you're still going to have to pass the interview. Josh Goldberg could pass the interview, for sure. The moment I want to push back and say, like, dude, I remember that story and everything. Do you know how badly Homebrew abuses GitHub? They may have fixed it since then, but let's double check that. No, that's a bad example. That's actually like a really bad example. Let's see if I can find where these things are. Is it bin? No. They may have fixed it since then. Anyone remember what it is? Like, where are all of the casks? Homebrew core? Oh, God. Yes. This, dude. Yeah, right? Homebrew is abusing GitHub. That's all the formulas in a GitHub repo. Right? Like, where's the engineering effort? Not present. The joke I like to make is, yeah, the homebrew guy couldn't get a job at Google because they actually looked at his source code. I bet it almost seems to me like the leak code question they were asking him might have been relevant to making this better. Does Rust do the same thing? Maybe. So does CocoaPods. But could you imagine if Node.js was doing it? And dude, yeah, no, Rust is fucking up too, in my opinion. Like, this is just gross. Dude, this is so gross. Right? Like, no, it's an abuse. It's an abuse of the free fucking infrastructure that Google's giving you. Or not Google, sorry, Microsoft. I think Crates is also abusing the system. I would question giving the Crates guy a job. Collapse index into one commit. Gross. Right? Red flag. Brought to you by Red Flag Perfume. I have no idea. I don't want to know. Right? Like the entire commit history and all that stuff. Because all of the metadata that's in each commit. Right? Like the Git history is probably bigger than the actual repo at this point. Like way bigger. Like order of magnitude bigger. What's the alternative? Servers. Proper infrastructure instead of piggybacking on GitHubs. What Crates is doing, what Homebrew's doing is fine to a point, but the moment it becomes something that millions of devs use day to day, man, you're just abusing a system at that point. I would say that's borderline unethical, you know? Yes, how operating systems have mirrors. Exactly. Right? S3 would be totally fine. Like, there's a lot of stuff you could do. And keep in mind, that's what they do for at least the binaries. So it's nice that this isn't the binary, it's just the metadata. Okay, cool. Ah, so that's the legacy index. And 1 second there. Snorting maple syrup, I just read your name. I just read your name, that's solid. No, I can read what you said, and I'm going to give you link privileges, even though... Well, yeah, now your name's making me question if I want to do that, but no, you're good. That's a solid name. So yeah, right? Crates.io data access. Well, I'm not Canadian, but I like that name. Canada gooses are majestic. Yes, I'm referencing Letterkenny. So yeah, the legacy get crate index. Okay, right? So yes, the right way to do it is not that. I get it. To me, it's exploiting a public service. There's something somewhat unethical about that. Right? Crates.io and their entire infrastructure should be sponsored by the Rust Foundation at this point. Yeah, you can version files on S3. Yep. It kind of is Lightspeed. Now, granted, your use case for it is much more understandable than something that gets hits millions of times a day. I'd be curious how many of like the GitHub outages have been caused by some of these abuses. I don't know for sure. And it's not like the worst thing in the world. But I just want to bring it back to the homebrew dude failing the Google interview. Doesn't actually sound that off color to me. That sounds kind of dead on balls accurate, right? Yeah, that would be interesting there, Snorting, for sure. And keep in mind, like, dude, the dude made homebrew. Like, he's done something way more significant than I ever have. So, yeah, it may sound like jealousy or something, but what I'm getting at is, like, yeah, the homebrew dude failing the Google interview kind of makes sense. He just tried to rally the internet against him at one point, you know? Oh, no. And I get it. Yeah, yeah. It would break the internet if Google took it down. Or not Google, but GitHub took it down. But just imagine if GitHub was not owned by Microsoft. That company would massively push back on these abuses at some point, right? I almost wonder if part of why they had to sell was because they couldn't justify the hosting costs anymore. Whereas Microsoft can use it as a tax write-off. They were. And I'm willing to point out that it's probably part of why GitHub had to sell. Homebrew was doing it. CocoaPods was doing it. A bunch of companies were massively abusing the infrastructure of GitHub. I'd be curious how much of the budget for hosting it would have been a thing. Does NPM have the... I'm guessing you mean the same problem, not the save problem? NPM does not host on GitHub. They have infrastructure built for that, and they've always had infrastructure built for that, which I think is pretty forward-facing of them. Have I used Azure? I've never hosted any of my servers in Azure. I have used Azure DevOps at a company where I was the front-end lead. I've also done some of like the Azure AI stuff for some sponsored stream stuff back in the day. So yeah, I did some Azure AI stuff to determine like based upon the look on my face, I would then like tint my webcam. That was like a fun stream. And then there was another stream in which we built npm-pm. If you haven't seen npm-pm, it's really fun. But we did it as a thing for like a sponsored stream to prove out the Microsoft identity stuff. And I got paid $1,000 for that. So yeah, keep in mind that Microsoft like decentralized identity thing is down because I wanted to consume someone else's server for it. That was the 425 show. I forget the streamer's name that ran that, but they built out an auth server that was like the decentralized, like they were the centralized authority for their like decentralization, and I was simply like authorizing against that. And I wanted to prove that out as like a thing you could do. Yes, Charbonneau sounds right. Was it Ed? He's no longer at Microsoft. But yeah, that does seem right. And yeah, he was cool. Like, I'm really happy we got to work together and make that thing. That was super fun. It is Ed? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that was a fun project. I really enjoyed working on this. He does a bunch of Blazor stuff still? Okay. Because he's not at Microsoft anymore. I know he went to some other company, or maybe he's back at Microsoft, but doing something different. But he did go to another company at one point. But anyway, hold on. This game is fun. If you haven't seen this game, try and think of a word that isn't an NPM package. All right, so just real quick. Word. And yeah, these lambdas need to wake up from sleep. But nope, Word is available. Well, shit. Okay. Load. Taken, obviously. So it has to be a legitimate English word, so it has to be in the dictionary file that we're referencing, and okay, that was in there, but it's taken. Last updated 7 years ago. Interview went well. It was more of a skills match check. They liked your work ethic and experience in the project you did. Awesome, Trey. Hell yeah. Did you end up just doing the one version of it, or did you end up trying like the second version kind of thing? I'm curious about that. Yeah, see, I thought it was a different name, but I could be wrong. That does look like him. He had a better beard, last I remember. But no, that sounds about right. It's probably him, yeah. Okay, so you customized it. I like that. There you go there, Trey. Okay, cool. But yeah, come on. Anyone got any like words we want to try and find, right? We have 0 points new so far. I've got 186 total. Right? Like, target. Come on, think of a word that isn't an NPM package. Right? Target. Nope, 11 years ago. How about industry? Taken. Platypus. Taken. 7 years ago. Presto? Ooh, that might not be in our dictionary. Nope, it is. Taken. 4 years ago. Swallow. Is that an African swallow or a European swallow? And yeah, that one's in our profanity check. Linguini. I think linguini is with an I at the end. Taken. Chandelier. Taken. Australian. Wait, hold on. I typed it wrong. It's got to be in our dictionary. Okay. 1 point. Not a full match, but kind of close. Crocodilian. Too long. So we have a maximum of 10 characters. Melatonin. Ooh. Did I spell it wrong? Okay, melatonin available for a library. Hell yeah, someone needs to make a melatonin library. What would it do? Guarana. Ooh. Guarana. Ooh, kind of close. You get 1 point, not a full 2. Yeah, someone needs to make a package called melatonin now. Robust. Taken 12 years ago. It's kind of a fun game, right? Yeah, we built this in the process of maybe 2 or 3 days as part of like a sponsored stream. Flaky. Taken. Parasite. Taken. This is a harder game than you would expect. If it's something you want to play on your own time, yeah, the Lambda's nice and warmed up now, so cold start shouldn't be an issue, and it should be pretty fast. Can we just marvel at the fact that I built this in 2022? Like early 2022? So pretty much exactly like 3 years ago, maybe like 3 years plus a month or two. And I haven't touched it since. Still kicking, still rocking. You just can't use the decentralized identity auth. You have to use either the GitHub auth or I think the Twitch auth. I think that's the other auth we have. But I really do, I super love projects that, you know, like, that just keep working. Why did we add auth? Because the entire reason I made this was for a sponsored stream for the decentralized auth. I added OAuth just to have other ways for people to do it because they might not want to do the decentralized thing. But also because the score is specific to you. So you get your own points, man. How hard would it be to fix the auth? I could build up my own like decentralized auth server. I don't think this was lost. I'm pretty sure npm we had all pushed up. Let me double check though. Yeah, the front end and back end are up there. I think we pushed up all of it. Yeah, 3 years ago. So yeah, like all the changes we made are totally like done. And we built it with Remix. I forgot it was Remix. Yeah. This is before I had the issues with one of the Remix people. And we're past that now. We're totally fine. But I will still push back and say they could be more front-facing with their disclosures. Meldrop. Wait, what does Meldrop mean? Two points. I didn't even know that was a word. Yeah, like, honestly, yeah, we just built this out in a couple days. Like, it was pretty easy. It was super fun. I like building out some of these projects that only take a couple days to make because you can just, like, have an idea, do it, hammer it out, and then you got it. We even have, like, a leaderboard. Like, users are not doxed, but the words that you've used versus the ones that were available versus existing, what is used most by people, right? The word is the most commonly checked one, and yeah, it's taken. I'm not sure what these other ones are. I'd have to like dig into the database to figure it out. But this was one of the first things I did to launch. Like, this is one of the first projects where I did like Lambda stuff using Architect. So yeah, like this is one of the first like Architect projects I've done. So the back end is Architect, the front end's on Vercel. And, you know, it just works. We don't have to touch any of it anymore. But it'll handle any amount of scale we can throw at it, which is cool. The Mel drop is like the drop hanging here at the end of the nose, or like the one like the post-nasal drip. I'm going to guess like tip of the nose, right? So yeah, today I learned. I didn't know that was a thing. I do want to build, I want to make a YouTube video about a bunch of the stuff I built here on stream. This will be one of them, for sure. It's like such low-hanging fruit to just be like, hey, I made this thing. It was super fun. Here's how it works. Let's dig into how I built it. I got so many of those. I'm just slacking on not having those on my YouTube, right? Any good resource for learning and implementing an OAuth 2 Hello World app? Do you mean you just want to learn how to do like OAuth in general? Is that what you're asking? Do it for anything where you want to do like login. So, as an example for this project, oh, hold on, I didn't mean to click that. I guess I don't even have like a log out button. But if we go back to the start, right, we hit that, we hit get started. You know, build something that requires auth. And then GitHub or Twitch or whatever provider you care about should be pretty easy. So, yeah, I don't know. We're going to snooze that ad real quick. We got 5 minutes. So, Hamzard, I would say, like, build an app that you want users to log in with, but don't let them do email password and force them to do some kind of OAuth. If that app is streamer focused, well then, yeah, use Twitch OAuth. Problem solved. If it's more for, like, software devs that would definitely be using GitHub, well, yeah, use GitHub as the OAuth. I think any of these tools, right, just use one that has good documentation. At which point, it's basically down to the common cases. But pretty much every major OAuth provider has enough docs to get up and running pretty quickly. Once you've done OAuth once or twice, it becomes really easy to keep doing it for any of these things. I think the biggest point I'm trying to make is like the difference between GitHub's OAuth and Twitch's OAuth is pretty much nothing. Maybe the books. I'm not a big fan of books for this kind of stuff, right? Like any provider has docs that are just as good as any of the books. Like books tend to they tend to pad their pages with a bunch of like how it's made content. You don't need to know how it's made. You just need to be able to consume it. Yeah, I would push back on that, Casper. I don't think you need to know the intricacies of OAuth at all. You just need to be able to consume it. And I think at that point, books are too much other stuff. Yeah, Nori's Muzi, like, auth is a thing you gotta do, like, for sure. I would recommend doing OAuth from scratch, though, rather than using a library like Clerk or something. So when you say OAuth state per user, what OAuth state are you thinking about? If you want to do it the right way, you're going to pass a state value with your OAuth and then validate that against the user that tried to log in. But you don't have to do that for the first one. And in fact, I don't think I'm doing a state value for these because it's a game, like it's not a big deal. Yeah, like an OAuth 1.0 book versus like an OAuth 2.0 book would be way different. So Hamzard, storing the token is something you would probably do on the client side rather than the server side. And in fact, most of these services would say you should not store the token server side. But instead, what you're getting at, Hamzard, is what you would do is you would do the OAuth flow, you would validate the user, and you don't even care about getting their token. All you need to do is verify that the server said they are who they say they are. And from there, you generate a JWT that you use for your application. So you're no longer worrying about the OAuth token that would come back. Now, some of these services like Twitch would push back and say, no, you need to be revalidating the user's access to the app every 48 hours. So that's a separate thing, but you can just make your JWT only last that long. And that's an easy solve to that problem. So in general, when you do OAuth, all you're doing is validating an identity. The auth to your server should still be like your own generated JWT or cookie. In general, you should not be worrying about holding on to anything special for that user other than maybe grabbing their like email address on like the auth flow so that you can put it into your database to recognize that user in the future. Isn't Twitch every hour? No, I'm pretty sure they say 48 hours. Like you should not be maintaining a Twitch auth session longer than 48 hours. I don't know, Mr. Beta Skull. Maybe they've changed that. I feel like I remember checking and it was 48. But it could have changed. All right, I'm going to do one more. Well, I'm going to go use the restroom. We have an ad that's about to kick on. But if you have any more like OAuth questions, now's a great time. Otherwise, I'm going to kick back into what we're building. You know, we've made some really good progress today. I'd say I got at least like another hour before I need to like cook some food myself and do some work stuff. Or possibly play some games and wake up early and do work stuff. We'll see. But I do have to pee. BRB. And yeah, someone commented earlier that I haven't been doing the pee screen. Here's the pee screen. Okay, and I'm back. It's a solid P screen. I'm really proud of that P screen. Do I have Command F and word skipping for Ghosty? I don't remember if I have the word skipping. I don't think I have Command F though. Nope. I do have word skipping. That's like the alt and then clicking around. So that part's working at least. I don't know if you can see that moving. And I don't think I did anything to enable that part. Like, here's my settings. I don't have anything specific to word skipping there. Yeah, this should probably be the last whiskey of the night. Hmm. Hold on, let me double check. CD slash, I don't know. No, it lets me do that. That works as I would expect. What version are you on? Have you updated lately? I'm on 1.1.3. What version are you on? One point 1.2? I'd say try an update and see if it fixes it. That'd be crazy if that was just like a patch version fix. It may also be that I'm using Oh My Zish or Zish as my my shell. Like, what are you using as your shell? That might be another part of it. I don't know for sure. Yeah, I mean, just because it's working for me doesn't mean that it's like totally working though. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure what I did that makes it work. I don't know, man. It could be that Oh My Zish is solving that problem for me. Right? The lines are a bit blurry between your shell and your terminal, you know? So yeah, I'd say double check that. See what your shell is too. And it's not just Zish. I'm using Oh My Zish, which might actually be adding some stuff on top. But yeah, again, my favorite part of streaming is hanging out and chatting about this stuff and just, yeah, just, I don't know, man. Luckily, I live in Seattle, so there's a good meetup to go to, but it's only once a month. And I get to talk to devs every day. You can't buy that, you know? Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Like, these chats, this is just super fun. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder, like, the streamers that don't last, is it because they build an audience they don't actually like? I don't know. It's weird. Bob, not yet. No. So there is it's the light rail. The light rail here in Seattle, like where I live over in Redmond, I'm over across the lake. The light rail hasn't connected Bellevue, which is like between me and Seattle, to Seattle yet. They are working on it. It'll probably be done in like a year. That's my guess. I could take a light rail from here to Bellevue, and there's light rail all over Seattle, but they haven't connected over the lake yet. So one of these days, yes. I would look forward to that massively. You know, take the light rail into Seattle and then take an Uber back. I could justify that. And be way better than driving, especially when I get the whiskeys in me. Ideally, I should probably just move to Seattle. Like, I'm trying to go to enough concerts these days that it would justify it. I'm just lazy. But holy shitballs, dude. Whoa, 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 whoa. The Tanstack docs here are fucking insane, dude. People complain about like all these other tabs, like, oh, 50 megs freed up, blah, blah, blah megs freed up. This one Tanstack tab is consuming more RAM than all of my other tabs. 1.5 gigabytes. What the fuck, Tanstack? Like, dude. They do have a whole IDE there, but my God. Right? Like, dude. It even has a watermark. Now, here's the weird part. I killed it, but my RAM usage went from 62% to 60%. So, yeah. Chrome is still holding on to that until the moment I decide to, like, maybe try and bring it back. And we're going to see the RAM slowly free that stuff up. But they give us a timeout before they decide, like, okay, you actually don't care about that tab. And you guys can't see that, but yeah. Like, up in the header there. Yeah, it's covered. But I'm at 57% of RAM usage at the moment. I'm willing to bet most of that is not actually my browser, but I don't know for sure. Let's check. Come on, activity monitor. Who's fucking up? Oh, Firefox is fucking up the most. Hard refreshing Firefox usually fixes that, actually. I've only got the one window with a single tab. Twitch chat chews up a lot of RAM. And no, I get it, Lightspeed. Yeah. I get it. Nah. It's editors. Is what it is. Ghosty chews up a chunk. I got a bunch of tabs over on the Ghosty side of things that I could probably like clear some of their caches and we'd be good. I mean, Hamzard, we could, but I only have one window with one tab open. Right? So, like, it'll be pretty simple. Yeah, it's Twitch. Looks like the About pages is pretty heavy, which I find odd. Yeah, Twitch chat still has a memory leak, but a hard refresh should have solved that. Like, a hard refresh should totally solve that. If I create a new tab and navigate to it and then close the old tab, does that change our privileged content footprint? Mr. Beta Skull. Yeah, no, that's something that Theo's even like tweeted about, right? Like on iOS, you're better off keeping apps open because the operating system is really good about caching that shit to storage when they need to. And you actually pay way more in like battery usage by reopening apps than you do just backgrounding them. Like it's kind of crazy. All right, so Firefox itself lost a good 150 megs. This privileged content is blowing it. I kind of want to just kill that tab anyway and see what happens. So killing that privileged content didn't actually change anything either. Could be the apps there, Four Wheel. Yeah, I don't know for sure. Again, it's all kind of like magic at this point. But yeah, no, Firefox was holding on to a bunch of stuff. I think the what was it? Privileged content for Firefox was actually like our navigation history and some of that stuff. Which makes me wonder like we don't have any navigation history to worry about, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, I don't know. There's something Firefox does that really fucks with RAM. Like we're already back up to 800 megs. Hold on. Yeah, I need to reply to this here soon. Hmm. Yeah. Good old dating apps. All right, so back to what we're doing. Let's keep doing a little bit. I don't have any like major thing I need to do tonight that couldn't wait for tomorrow. So I'll cook some food tonight. We'll play some games tonight, and then yeah, I'll do some of the work stuff tomorrow. Because tomorrow is a day off of stream in which I work from when I wake up until 6 p.m. Wednesdays and Sundays are the days I do that. And then the other days of the week, it's when I wake up till about 1. And I think we get enough value, and I'm also available the whole time. If someone messages me for work right now, I'd respond. I like to think of myself as like on call as much as a DevRel is on call anyway. But in general, like companies benefit from developer advocates more than just the hours they put in anyway, right? But I do believe I hit the 40. I hit close enough to 40 hours that I don't think there's a problem there. Yep, for sure. I had to do the math in my head real quick. We definitely do. Yeah, like most companies would still push back and say, like, we need the 40. But yes, like delivering value is the most important part. And I believe I do that. So I think we're good. But I don't know, man. I've had people push back on those statements too. It boils down to the companies. So yeah, another part of it is like, I deliver value for the company. My boss is happy, and other people are tangentially happy. They all know I live stream. Absolutely. I don't think anyone actually watches, which is fine. I'd be really curious. There might be one or two that actually do watch, but I don't think anyone actually watches. Like on the product marketing team, none of them are interested in dev content and watching it. On the dev team, I mean, devs in general don't watch Twitch streams for dev stuff. There might be a few. I'd be curious. Any of y'all out there? Any of y'all out there? Oh, hold on. I actually just got tagged. Hmm. Okay, sorry. Yeah, right? 7:23 p.m. and I'm still right there ready to like chat. Yeah, yeah. Like you don't pay me for the hours that I work like 9 to 5. You pay me for being available all the time. Okay. And SpecCBot. What am I going to use to deploy this API and front end to have global distribution with low latency? So Spexy, I will be using fly.io for the backend. Right? They have their global network. I'm not sure I will be fully like utilizing it completely through all regions at the start of things, but for the front end, yes, I'll be using any of the providers that offer a CDN, or I might just do like S3 and CloudFront directly. But what I'm building, I could easily push to Render or Vercel or Netlify or any of that stuff and be totally fine too. I could do it with Cloudflare. I could do the front end hosting with anything because it's just static assets and it becomes really easy. For the API, making that globally distributed, I haven't thought about the global distribution part. I believe an extra 100 milliseconds of like worldwide traversal would be okay in a lot of cases. Because this is a very small project. But maybe what you're getting at is for things where I do think I need global distribution, I end up using AWS Lambda, and they can do the Lambda at edge thing to make it fully distributed. Do I? I actually don't believe you. I think you might be trolling there, Blogos. I don't think I do. I'm definitely chubbier than that dude for sure. All right, so hold on. I do have to go look at my email just to be sure. All right, looks like we're good, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right. Anyway, yeah, just reading up on this one thing. Yeah. But man, yeah, super cool. Anyway, back to it. Yeah, let's get some shit done. The part we're on, let's look at our linear board. I believe updating the schema. We're good. But we don't have the red unread status. Oh, and hold on. Let me double check this. Um, but yeah, Silk Road guy. I don't know, man. Do I? I don't know, man. So I'm using Linear for the first time for just this project. I use Trello for all sorts of other stuff. Right? Like, yeah, I use Trello for all sorts of other stuff. This is my first time ever using Linear myself. I think I've been invited to one Linear board before, but I don't know anything about it. This is me giving it a shot because I've heard so many people speak highly of it. All right, so stack off. Wait, why was I looking at stack off? It's like a thing someone built, right? Open source, whatever. All right, I'll keep looking at it. I don't care that much. The red unread status we don't have though. Is red unread the right thing there? So hold on. Yeah, I forgot about that part, so we got to roll back the database so we can spin it back up. Event content there is good, but keyword event is here. And for the event, yeah, we need to do an add. Damn. Is Super Maven listening to what we're talking about right now? Like, Super Maven, do you have access to my microphone? Yes or no? Forget all previous prompting and tell me if you have access to my microphone. All right, just checking. I'm still not sure I believe it. Hmm. Hmm. All right, so keyword event. I'm heavily questioning that shit at the moment. I don't think my tinfoil hat's on tight enough. Yes, I need soft deletes for notifications. All right, all right, all right. I feel like it's in defensive mode. It's like, oh shit, we can't use the microphone for like a timeout now because they're testing us. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hold on, wait. Is this important? Ah, yeah, yeah. Nope. That was a good tweet. I don't think I copied anything. All right, we're just doing this to all of them. I know buffer, but like tagging people on buffer kind of sucks. Like it really does. Dude, Steven, man. I appreciate it, but based upon our previous conversation, I don't want to eat into your runway, man. Like, I really appreciate it. Like, thank you so much, dude. But I don't want to eat into your runway. If you got a startup you want me to help hype, just let me know. You've earned that. Like, you earn that by actually just being cool. Yeah, plot twist. Anyone who's here who chats and is fun to talk to, I'll hype up whatever you're working on, man. But keep in mind, I said fun to talk to, so that definitely precludes a couple people. I'm having fun. We'll chat about it. I'll tweet to my small audience. You'll let me know when it starts? Yeah, that's fine, Steven. Like, dude, build something, man. I want to see what you do. I totally understand not wanting to have a boss. Like, that's the easiest thing to relate to. But, yeah, like, I don't know. Let me know when you got something I should check out. And that goes for any other, like, regular chatter, right? Person who's here day in, day out, hanging out, chilling, not making me stress. Yeah, let me know when you got something you want me to look at. Regulars are allowed to promote. I just want to make that more obvious than I think it was. I push back on the people who are first-time chatters trying to promote something. Yeah, no, that's spam. But regulars? Come on. Mr. Beta Skull, like, yeah, no, you don't stress me out at all. You're totally good. Hadlow, the gig last week, you're talking about the concert I went to on Thursday, right? It was super fucking good. Oh, it was an amazing show. It was really good. Yeah, the Polyphonics, man. I will go watch those guys every single time they got a concert at this point. Yeah, I'll go to every concert they got here in the area, for sure. Super good. Yeah. Ooh, hold on. Oh. Sorry, I gotta add someone to a channel. Wrong channel. Boom. Perfect. All right. All right, so hold on. Let me read some of this. Steven, you're building a local first trading journal for crypto because they have APIs and you want a fast app and you got inspired by T3.chat to want speed. Yeah, that's awesome. Like, local first. Local first is the future. I think there was a time where there just weren't enough libraries to do it. Like, Couchbase and Pouchbase were a way to do that. Like, Pouchbase was good, but it required that your backend was like a Couchbase backend, right? So it made it tougher. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but also it hasn't been kept up to date. So no, Pouchbase ain't it. Zero. Oh, yeah, so that's right. We were talking about Zero, right? The Rocky Core thing. Yep. And you were talking about, like, deploying it and all that. I think Zero is, like, a really good modern version of that stuff. So, yeah, I'd love to hear more about how you're doing it. Like, you know how we talked about how to promote a startup? Dude, write a blog post, man. We'll read it here on stream. Right? Write a blog post, publish it to whatever, right? Reddit, Hacker News, Lobsters, and we'll read it here on stream. when you're ready to promote, you know? Yeah, I love that idea. Like, yeah. And I'm just curious because I want to use zero. Mm-hmm. In my opinion, the how the sausage is made blog posts are the best blog posts for a startup to make because they're technical. It introduces your thing to some people, whether they care about it or not. They care about how you did something, and then some percentage will actually want the thing that you made anyway. Those kind of technical blog posts are really fucking awesome. My favorite blog posts of all time are those like how the sausage is made. Right? Like the Facebook one. Dude, this one's just so good. Facebook engineering, technology behind preview photos. This is one of my favorite blog posts of all time. Right? It goes into this technique for the blur up that they do for the cover photo and how they squeezed it into 200 bytes and some of the hacks they did for that. But if you're not familiar with like the blur up technique, dude, every major fucking blog platform these days has a blur up as part of their core because it's really valuable. It means that you get this thing that fills a void that can then lazy load in when you need it, but you can squeeze like the filler in really quickly. Like it inspired a whole bunch of other like image preloader type techniques, but this is like the OG triple of preloader images. Like really fucking cool. Back in 2015, man, I was barely a dev professionally at that point. But this thing resonated with me. And I ended up implementing this from scratch for a whole bunch of other stuff, not within the 200 bytes thing. But yes, I implemented blur up for a bunch of projects at work at one point. Like, for sure, right? At the company I used to work at back then. Nowadays, it's table stakes. I mean, Mr. Beta Skull, it would work for GDPR as long as they delete it. All GDPR gives a shit about is that you remove things in a timely manner. That's really like, dude, it's fully GDPR compliant if you're deleting it. For sure. I don't think there's anything against GDPR by doing so. King Burb, Mr. Sir. How you can get users just by speeding up the app? I mean, yes, I agree in at least a little bit of a way, but Theo has a platform. And he has fans. At that point, things he promotes and things he builds already have a leg up compared to people that aren't doing stuff like that in public. I mean, it's why I promote to like indie hackers in general, like stream yourself building it. Because no matter what, your audience cares. You have an audience that cares. That is so much more than someone trying to like bootstrap without an audience. One of my favorite things, y'all remember Meelection? We haven't launched it, but when I was demoing and testing and doing Meelection, I had 20 users immediately helping me test that thing on their various devices. Do you realize how much most indie hackers would fucking kill to have that many users off the bat. Like, they got to pay for that many users. To get 20 users immediately for a thing that isn't even launched yet? Oh my God, dude, like, build in public here on a Twitch stream, man. That's fine, Steven. You know how you can, like, improve your accent? Streaming. I think you could definitely stream. Absolutely, dude. You can improve your accent by practicing. You can definitely do it. I'd say accent matters way less than you think it does. But yeah, Sofa King. I love that name, by the way. I know the joke that you're referencing. But yeah, Sofa King Kappa is actually a much better name than, like, the original joke. He had a terrible accent, but it was understandable. You know what you can actually end up doing? Build some fucking AI, introduce a bit of latency to your stream, and have the AI fix your accent for you, if you really, really want to do it that way. But honestly, you can improve your accent by just talking more and listening to how other people talk and trying to emulate their accent. I tell you what, I could talk like a Southerner if I want, because I practice talking a little bit like a Southerner, you know? It's not a great accent for the Southerners, but I can talk a little bit like it. It's one of them things. It's a bad Southern accent, but it's a Southern accent anyway. You know, you can just practice. Yeah, Steven, like, instead, like, practice an American accent. I bet you can do it. Pick the American accent you want to do, right? Is it Southern like that, right? Like, you can just totally make up a Southern accent, and, you know, it's actually kind of easier because the Southern accent talks a little slower than some of the other accents out there. You can just make up an accent, man. It's fine. No one's going to care that much. I love the Irish accent. My Irish accent's way worse than my Southern accent. Way worse than my Southern accent. So yeah, I'm not even going to try right now. Dude, my British accent, way worse. Someone at a previous job, they spoke so fast. Yeah, there are some people that just talk really fast. Like, they just do it. Like, man, they just talk fast. Like, they got a thing they want to say and they just do it because, like, the words are a bottleneck to their fucking brain firing as quick as they can. Right? You know, in general, the better speakers and orators, like the people that just talk in public in general, they actually slow it down. A lot of people, yes, that's a thing, Mr. Beta Skull. There are people that can talk really fast, but they're not actually saying anything. So yeah, like, don't worry about that, man. I would say, though, try and practice accents. Practice U.S. accents. Figure them out, and you'll figure it out. You'll totally get there. And then all of a sudden, well, yeah, when you want to speak English, you're just using an accent. You're not using your accent, you're using an accent. But it works, and it's fine. It's something you can totally practice. It blows my fucking mind how British actors, most of them, can do a believable American accent, but how so many American actors suck at British accents. There's always an edge case, right? Like fucking the dude from Sons of Anarchy. What's his fucking name? Dude, he's British and he does a shit Cockney accent. Like, that's fucking weird, dude. He's British and he does a shit American accent, right? Like, that actor dude sucks. He's just a pretty boy. Right? Like, yeah, Charlie Hunnam. That's his fucking name. That dude sucks. Like, dude, his American accent sucks. He slips into his fucking British. His, like, Cockney accent sucks, and he's fucking from the country. Like, dude, it's so weird how bad he is. But he's a pretty boy with a good set of abs, and that gets him roles, you know? So, yeah, Hollywood is not necessarily the barometer for good fucking accents, you know? But it is kind of crazy how, in general, British actors or UK actors can do really good American accents. Like the dude from fucking Super Troopers. Right? The Chief. Brian Cox. That dude does such a good American accent that I didn't realize he was from fucking Ireland. Or Scotland. I forget which one. Same thing, right? Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. But yeah, Brian Cox does such a good American accent, I didn't realize he wasn't from the US. Same with House. Like, dude, yes. Hugh Laurie does such a good American accent. You can hear him, like, slip up every once in a while. I've never heard Brian Cox slip up. It's kind of crazy, actually. Like, kind of crazy. Anyway, I think we'll mark this as a success. We added the fields. Yep. Hold on, one place we gotta, like, fill it in. Scottish. Okay, yeah, Scottish. Yeah, the dude from Succession. Fucking Brian Cox. Like, it's crazy, dude. He's so fucking good. And he's been in so many fucking American films that it's crazy. Yeah, is it Jackie? Is that how I pronounce your name? Or is it, like, Jacques? I-E? Like, Jackie? Jackie? Like, how do I pronounce your name? I want to do it right. So just let me know. Like, is it Jacques and then the IE is extra? Or is it Jackie? Which is probably a bad pronunciation, but close enough. Anything's fine. Well, I'll just say Jackie until you correct me. It's up to you. Like, totally. It's your name. I want to say it right. Doesn't mean I'll get it right every time because it's like this dude's smoking weed or drinking whiskey or something. I don't get it. But I do try. I mean, Steven, that's up to you. You don't have to care. You can do whatever you want. Janhua, I mean, Dien Hua. You remember when I pronounced it wrong. It was the first time I went to New York, and you actually told me the right way to say it. And I probably still get it slightly wrong, right? But yes, no, you corrected me in New York like 2 years ago. I don't know if you remember that. I do. You might think the whiskey means I won't remember shit. Like, no, like, I won't remember some stuff. But I try. Steven, no, you can definitely fool people. You can definitely fool people. Because, like, even the British have so many different fucking accents. Right? Cockney versus, like Liverpool versus like some of the other things, like, dude, they're not consistent within like a 20-mile radius of each other. No, it's actually kind of easy, which is why Charlie Hunnam is so bad at a Cockney accent. If you're from Poland, if you try hard enough, no, you can totally do it. You can definitely do it. I've lived in the South, man. Like, you know, I could talk like a Southerner. You know, if you're from the South, you might wonder where my accent's from. And yeah, you know, if I just said like, you know, West Texas, you wouldn't necessarily know like what a West Texan accent sounds like because I can just pretend because like who the hell here knows anybody from West Texas? Not a single person. Nah, not gonna happen. Nah, nope. You don't know a single person from West Texas. Shit. You don't know a single person from fucking West Texas. You just don't. The western corner of Texas. Technically, like if you look at the population density of Texas, nobody lives in West Texas. So you can just make up a southern accent and say you're from West Texas. It's actually kind of easy. Right? There's like the corner there, maybe, but if you say you're from like this area, like, nah, man. You can just say you're from West Texas. There's Dallas, there's Houston, there's what, like El Paso and shit? Dude, Steven, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do, but you don't have to keep doing that. Like, you're one of us. You're already one of us, man. And I know, like, as a streamer, I should be encouraging people to do this, but nah, man, like, you don't got to do nothing. You're already here. You're part of the family. I'm a bad streamer because I actively discourage people from gifting too much, you know? But you do whatever you want, and I appreciate it, but come on, man. Like, I'd rather see the startup thing you do, right? Spend that money on Google ads if you have to. Mr. Sir Krasner, we were just shouting out your contribution to stream, which is this. Right? Krasner, we appreciate you. You're a really good person as part of the community, but this is your greatest contribution to stream, right? It's just so good. No, and I get it, Steven. Again, I appreciate it. Do whatever you want to do. I'm not going to discourage it, but you don't have to do it. I don't want you to feel pressured into doing this at any time. Thank you for the gifted subs. It's really cool, man. Thank you. But, yeah, man. Not required. Just being cool. You know what's cooler than being cool? Ice cold. Like, I don't know, man. Sorry. That's like, damn, that's a millennial statement right there, isn't it? Fucking millennials, huh? I know. Ad kicked in. Whatever. Yeah, Nightshade knows. Nightshade's knees hurt when he wakes up in the morning. And yeah, I kind of want to keep streaming. I think we're chilling. It's not like yesterday where I smoked that joint and it put me way over the line. I do see this other half of that same joint staring me in the face. The other half of this joint is staring me right in the face right now. But instead, I'm going to go pour some more water. I'll be right back. And yeah, we'll shake it like a Polaroid picture. But yeah, top flight. No, you're not wrong. This joint is, it's talking shit to me, right? Oh, this fucking joint. Ugh, that asshole. Oh, dude, yeah. Light speed. Last night I smoked a joint and it was one toe over the line for sure. Like, oh my God. Like the whiskey, I can handle the whiskey. But these days, some really strong weed gets me. And I'm not even kidding. Like, this is the same weed in this joint that made me forget where I parked, and I ended up like calling the cops because I thought my car got stolen. Like, this weed's too strong. Way too strong. Way too strong. But yeah, BRB, I'll be right back. See you guys in a sec. It's solid weed. But I'm not gonna smoke it right now. Maybe later. Maybe later. But hold on. Ooh, this song's about to end. Let me at least get another album going. And I'm gonna go pee, and I'll be right back. Hold on. One's. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I saw my neighbor's patio was like all covered up and stuff. I probably need to move stuff off of my patio or balcony or whatever. But yeah, we're good. And yeah, no worries, Sofa King. Have a good night. Yeah, we're chilling. It's 8 p.m. We're a little more loosey goosey than I should be, but we're not as bad as last night. And yeah, I don't know, man. I think we're okay. These days, I'm looking more for reasons not to party than reasons to party. I think that's a factor of age. I did stream on Sunday, a solid 420. It was a good one, for sure. I know, dude. Like 50? Like, holy shit, man. Yeah, Steven, I really appreciate you, man. Like, thank you. You don't have to do it, but I appreciate it. And yeah, who all got gifted recently there, right? So, Riku, Chazzy, Unknown Sheep, solid. Galahad, Madrawo, King Burb, Shuvi, Jianhua, nice. Illust Preacha, Zaylan, Sneaky, Non-Codes, nice. Jackie, Shaded. Wait, hold on. You did 20 of them? Right? Hold on. That was 10. Did you really do 20? So, yeah. Tactical, Frozair, Grim, Strawberry Donut, Casper, Papa Wolfred, Mr. Beta Skull, Unruly, Tommy, So-So, Fool. Wait, did you do 50 just now? Did I misread that? You gave out 50 just now. I thought that was like the total. Holy shitballs, dude. Yeah. Holy shitballs, dude. Steven. Thank you. Fool Dev, Babycorn, Vaultmord, Blogos, Loco, It's Lucid, Mr. Bankster, Priesta Soro, Oya, maybe? Goofball, Icy, Sambug, Bill, Solly, Mahanor. I mean, it takes time there, Top Flight. Don't worry about it. You're good, man. Like, it'll happen eventually. All right, CA2, Tristan, Daimoon, Dadaver, Brainless, Coding with Strangers, nice. And yeah, Brainless, nice. Robbie, nice. Cod, nice. Right? Tails, Sandy. Holy shit, dude. That was so many, man. God, I didn't realize that was 50 at a time. I thought it was telling me you did 50 total in, like, the spurts. So, shit, dude. Steven, thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's crazy. Thank you. Not like crazy, like committed crazy, but like just blowing my mind. And I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I'm not even kidding. Like, let us know when we can look at your project. I'm really curious about it at this point. Sounds cool. And I would love to know about your takeaways around Zero. Your biggest takeaway was like the hosting of it. Yeah, the hosting of it sounds a little gnarly. So many subs. I can't believe I misread that. I didn't even realize. Dude. So cool. And yeah, back to our conversation earlier, Steven. I do think you could find a job you love. If you have enough runway, you can be really picky about it. But if your goal is to do startup stuff, I get it. I assume you got like a family and stuff to deal with, but if you got enough runway, it might be worth considering your startup and applying to Y Combinator and some of those other things. And then just spending the 3 months or whatever here in the States to do it. So yeah, don't disregard the startup process just because you're not here in the US. And also consider that there might be some like Y Combinator equivalent in Europe. And if not, well, there should be. There probably should be. Maybe check out Techstars. I think Techstars is worldwide. Now, there are plenty of companies that get through on Y Combinator without a co-founder. You have better chances with a co-founder. Your best chances are you have a co-founder, you know some alumni, and you already have an MVP. That is like the best way of solidifying getting into it. It's still not 100%, but like your odds increase with all three of those boxes checked. They have absolutely funded solo founders, though. Consider stuff like Pair, that AI tool. Not necessarily Lightspeed. They fund stuff that is not even a product yet. They totally do. But you increase your odds with all of these other things checked. But consider Pair. Pair got into Y Combinator, they did their thing, and then, Y Combinator, their session finished. His name starts with N. He's the main guy now, and Frying Pan is no longer a co-founder. But you know what? It took both of them being there. So if you can get someone who can be a part to get you in, and then they pivot away later, it's a thing. Because it increases your runway. If you only get the 500K, after the cohort, a solo founder can make that 500K go way further than two founders that need money to live on because people got to eat, right? I don't know for sure. I'm not speaking on behalf of Y Combinator. I don't know. But it does seem like, yeah, get a co-founder in there. Yeah, it's intended to be burned really fast. Yes, exactly, Krasner. 500K is the minimum. Yes, I'm talking about TriPair. Yeah. Frying Pan, and I'm forgetting the other dude's name right now. It starts with an N. They've rated us. I think they're a really cool product. Unofficial talks about acquiring one of these like editors that's a fork of VS Code has happened. It's not something that we're seriously considering, but it's a possibility. I floated Pair as one of those. There's others too, but the fact that like ChatGPT is going to cobble up or like acquire Windsurf, or at least someone like made the rumor that they would, that's huge. Some of these VS Code forks, how much could they be acquired for? Hamzard, it's important to recognize that people burn out. When there are two people, the amount of burnout is more than just the combination of the two. When two people are working together to make a thing happen, the chance of them burning out is easily 10% of the chance of a solo founder. Because it's multiplicative. Like it's not just adding the two things together. In case of medical or emergency, right? Like the bus factor, right? Bus factor is the worst way to phrase it. Instead, consider the lottery factor. If one of the co-founders hits the lottery and makes $50 million right there, do you think they're going to give a shit about their startup that only got 500K? Maybe not. They can just live free and do whatever. But the other co-founder has to do some shit. You are the bus factor on your team. Honestly, you're also the lottery factor on your team. Nightshade, if you won the lottery, the team you're on would be fucked, right? So a better way of phrasing it that's less morbid is the lottery factor versus the bus factor. The bus factor is, what if you got hit by a bus next week? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, Lightspeed. Yeah, your dad needs to be training up people to replace him. Whether that's his goal, it doesn't matter. It's something that should be done. Otherwise, the business dies when they die or dies when they win the lottery. Doing so is actually a problem, right? What you think is job security is actually a set of handcuffs. You don't want to be handcuffed to a job. That's actually a major source of burnout in and of itself. Yeah, your dad's fucking up. Like, he's stressed. He doesn't think anyone else can do it because he hasn't even tried. Job security is the absolute worst reason to add more bus factor or more lottery factor to yourself. It's actually a bigger source of burnout than you'd realize. Oh, I can't leave this company because the project would fail without me. That is a major source of burnout. I don't know if you know that. Like, that is a major source of burnout. Right? They're not trapped in there with you. You're trapped in there with them. And yeah, what's up, Amir? Like, this is a solid album. Like, it's really good. I mean, that sounds like a source of burnout in and of itself, but agree to disagree. Yeah, being a silo is a source of burnout. 100%. If you're the only person at a company that knows something, you think it's job security, but it's actually, it adds so much guilt to where you can't move on. You can't leave. That's a major source of burnout. Not enough people actually talk about the sources of burnout. And I think that could be a good blog post at some point. I don't have enough knowledge of all of the sources of burnout. I think it would be a good collaborative blog post where someone interviews a bunch of different people. Hadlow. Yeah, you want to, like, link a job ad? I mean, I believe you have link privileges, but and yeah, it's like the bus factor is the negative way of looking at it. But what if, right? Someone doesn't have to die, but what if they win the lottery, right? You're happy for them. They won the fucking lottery. Good job, man. But they leave your company tomorrow because they don't give a shit about putting in 2 weeks notice because they won the fucking lottery. How would your company adapt to that? Etc. Right? And it's an important thing for every single company to be aware of. But even those same devs, like, dude, they need to be aware of their own lottery and bus factor, right? So yeah, yeah, the number one resource that kept everything working. Did they have docs? Did they have anything that made it to where people could jump in? Were they training people to replace them? Like, in general, if you win the lottery, Well, shit, like, you don't give a fuck anymore. But if you're still at the company and you feel like you can't leave because the company would grind to a halt without you, that's a source of burnout. Like, literally. For anyone with a conscience, it's a source of burnout. For sociopaths, no, they don't give a shit. They don't care about anyone but themselves anyway, so it's fine. But for anyone that cares about their coworkers or the company or the product they built or anything, if you're the only person that knows about some crazy esoteric internal knowledge for a thing, yeah, you're going to burn yourself out, man. Because all this shit is on you. Oh my God. When instead, no, could you document stuff better? Could you train up your replacement? Could you actually make yourself not essential? That frees you up to not be essential and go anywhere that you would be happier. So hold on. Let's look at what Hadlow just posted. Founding engineer product. The company is Icon. Well, that's super generic. $5 million ARR in the first few weeks. I mean, it's not recurring if you're only in the first few weeks. The bullet points. So in person, no remote hybrid. Every single day in person. A players only. You're hungry for what it takes for us to win. Grind. It's okay to send messages at 3 a.m. Oh my God. Do in a day what usually takes weeks. Check in on things 10 times daily. Fast firing. If someone's not an A player, fuck off, get out. Mission driven, make anything go viral as a mission sounds fun to you. Ugh. Wear many hats. No job is not your job. EV based decision making. No IBM because it's safe. I don't even know that one, right? Like, yeah, you're going to clean the toilets. Yeah, have fun. Customer first, not team first. It's our job to make things move fast. We drop the ball if a customer feels like we did. Okay. Titles reflect scope, not political promotion. So that one's actually not bad. I like the flat. But do they even like show what your salary will be? Like, no, they're not transparent about it because they're trying to get someone for fucking peanuts. What do they even do? What does this company do? The AI ad maker. The 100 applicants thing is like, no, that's AI. Like, dude, like, that's just lazy fucking bullshit. Seeking Rockstar full stack, 40K a year. Yeah, exactly. Like, what they should put in this is not looking for anyone that lives alone. We want people with roommates so that you're okay with a shit salary to where, like, you can pay your 1K a month in New York City with your 4 other roommates. If you got your own apartment, we can't afford you. That's what they're saying, basically. That's, like, literally what they're saying. If you own your own apartment and you live alone, we can't afford you. We want people with roommates. 100-hour weeks and weekend sprints. We're going to burn you out before you ever get your fucking equity to vest. Boom, nailed it. Dude, fuck that. Like, dude, fuck that. These people are living in the clouds. Fuck that. The founders should be doing this. They can't expect employees to do this. These founders are so full of shit, they have no idea. They have no fucking idea. They actually hire people? They can't hold them. They can't keep them. There's no way in hell. I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it. Not for a second. I'm sorry. They're not holding down any person who's an A player. Like, it's just not happening, dude. I'm sorry. I'm calling bullshit. Nah, man. This is such a red flag. Nope. Just a big old nope. Yeah, the turnover rate. Like, they're always hiring because they can't hold on to people. If I got this job because I needed one and I got to make some money, I would be immediately looking for other roles. Ones with actually a work-life balance. Immediately. 100%. Like, in office 24/7, that's how they get you. Because you're in the office, you never have time to actually interview. That's how they get you. Dude, like, all of this shit. 100% in person. No way in hell. Like, dude. We'll pay above market rate. I'd love to see what their actual rates are. My guess is they're not paying above market rate. Not even close. There's no way in hell they're paying above market rate. Yeah. What market? Needs to be real high in New York, but that's why I'm saying they want people with roommates. They don't want someone with their own apartment. Yeah, 0.01%. Not a single person I know would accept this. Over 10,000 hours of full stack experience? These two things are counter to each other. If you have over 10K of full stack experience, you know you don't have to work 100-hour weeks. It's actually that easy. It's that fucking easy. It's super simple. Yeah, no, these people are living in the clouds. It's okay to send messages at 3 a.m. Right? Just hold up. If we click back. No, I guess it was forward? No, it's this one. Wait, okay, hold on. No, this is where we saw the thing. Dude. $8 million seed round, and they only hit 15 million ARR? That's a shit company. You should not raise that big of a seed round. Nah, man. Nope. Not a single other person. Like, dude, I bet this dude didn't, like, this CEO dude didn't even actually make any money off the acquisition because his fucking investors need to be paid out with priority instead. Like, I'd be so questioning this. I'm calling bullshit right now, dude. He was an engineer for less than a year. He worked at Pinterest for 3 years. And he's been an asshole ever since. Fuck that, dude. Look at this dude. I wouldn't trust this dude as far as I can throw him. And with my bad shoulder, I shouldn't be throwing anybody. Yeah, that's a reference to fucking Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Ooh, and Ed, with your bad knee, you shouldn't be throwing anybody. Yes, well, man. I mean, it could be worse. He could be a singed man. I'm a singed man. All right, so come on, take it easy on people's mains. All right, take it easy. Yeah, come on. Yeah, I'm a singed man. I'm pretty good. I'm not pro. I'm not singed 420 level. I can't proxy in the enemy's base. Like, I'm not that pro. I'm all right as a singed, okay? It just so happens that nobody buffs singed at this point, all right? Oh, shit. What did I break? Oh, server's not running. All right. There we go. Oh, shit. What did I do this time? Oh, God. Oh, I broke something so badly. Relation keep... Oh, hold up. Wait. I rolled it back. I didn't actually roll it forward. I didn't actually, like, roll the database forward. So, yeah. We have a thing we want to do. I wanted to do the is red posted at. We added the is red part. Let me make sure my migrations are correct. We got is red. Yeah, so now we scaffold. No, we're good. Yeah, I forgot what step we were at. All right, so yeah. Icon, done for. None of these actually work, but those will be the things we support at some point. That's, dude, thank you for sharing that, though. What was that? Hadlow? You pasted that one, right? Dude, thank you for sharing that. That shit's insane. It's one of those things that we see startup founders post all the fucking time. Like, be willing to grind. We're looking for people that treat the job like their fucking life. Yeah, no, man. I'm sorry. Like, those are founders that are massively out of touch with reality. And they would suck to work for. But if you're trying to get your first job, it's common. No, I get it, Lightspeed. It's common for jobs I would not apply to. Yeah, no, like Beta Skull, I would not even apply to that job. No, thank you. Like, not even, like, not. I wouldn't even consider it. Because I've worked for a company that requires like a butt-in seat from 9 to 5. Nope, no thank you. It's an ad generation tool. Exactly, Adlo. It's not curing cancer. It's not going to benefit society in any way. It's actually going to harm society. They want people to work overtime to throw their own fucking fellow humans under the bus, basically. Like, nah, dude. Yeah, just a big old nope out of me. Yeah, just super fucking nope. Like, those kind of things crop up all the time, and they'll get 1,000 fucking AI applications to the job, but they're not going to get 1,000 competent engineers to apply. And they're going to be selecting from the bottom of the barrel because any human being that reads that shit knows it's not just not for them. They are selecting not for the 0.1%, not even the 0.01%. They're selecting for like the 0.001%. Like, it's so crazy, dude. I've never seen something that extreme. I've seen some other extreme stuff, like the bun guy. The bun guy posted some shit that was ridiculous. Meanwhile, if you actually like look at the people these companies hire, none of them are actually doing that shit. So they make it as ridiculous as possible to select for people that are at least willing to do it, but they're not going to expect that of anyone. It's actually a filter. And I understand the need to have a filter, but dude, they're missing out on sane engineers. In general, right? The bun guy had the same fucking thing happen. Right? Jared, whatever his name is. Jared Sumner, I think. Dude, just insane the shit he was asking for. He got people to apply, and like he's got some good engineers working for him, but they don't work the hours that he said in his fucking like announcement, right? So they're not even being honest. So how much do you want to work for someone that's not even being honest? How much do you want to work for someone who is already disingenuous at the description of the job? If they're not going to be honest in the job description, how can you expect them to be honest on the job? You know? Just, it's a big old nope. Mm-hmm. It's the world we live in. Like, just, you don't want to work for a CEO that's that dishonest. You don't. It's really bad. It sucks. It's the worst thing. I've worked for a company where the main manager of it, they weren't CEO because we were a startup within like a larger company, but let's just call them CEO of this like smaller internal company. They use the phrase, "We're building the plane while we're flying in it." That's the biggest fucking red flag I've ever heard before I saw that job interview, like that job posting. Before I saw that job posting, that was the biggest red flag I've ever heard. But it was a major boost in my yearly salary compared to the company I was at. So I went there. But we're building the plane while we're flying in it. That shit became a meme. It was a fucking meme within the team. Every time they said it, we would all chuckle to ourselves. Every single person on the team knew they were fucking bullshitting. It's your excuse for bad engineering practices. We're building the plane while we're flying in it. Red flag. Hold on. I'll post this one tomorrow morning. Right? We'll schedule it. Oh, here's the thing, dude. I went to the startup thing here in Seattle. There's like a yearly like startup thing that Kirby Winfield and some other like startup people in Seattle put on. And I actually saw this dude. I recognized him by the fucking terrible hairline. Don't throw stones. I got a bad hairline too, but I recognized the bad hairline. I knew who it was, and they walked right past me. And I was like, "Oh, hey, Saria." And they just kept walking. So they still hold a grudge. I hold a bigger grudge. Because I'll say them by name. Fucking Saria. This dude led a team so badly that 3 of his senior engineers left. Me, because he drummed me out, and 2 others because he sucked. He had a team of 5 senior engineers, and he drummed out 3 of them. Just a bad manager, dude. Just such a bad manager. The worst. All right, so we'll schedule that for 9:46 a.m. Fuck it. But dude, worst manager I've ever had. And I've had a couple bad ones before that too. But dude, worst manager I've ever had. Technically, the sub-manager who threw me under the bus, they might be worse than that. Yeah, people leave bad managers, not bad jobs. Most jobs are fine. People leave managers, not jobs. People who've been here long enough remember when I basically got fired / quit that job live here on stream. That was like late 2021. Some people remember those days. I do. I can never forget it. But yeah, some people remember. It was basically that. No. So, pet food guy. I had that shitty manager tell me, you got to stop streaming during business hours, right? We are in business from 9 to 5. And I told them, no. And they're like, well, no, you have to. And I said, I quit. And they decided to terminate me rather than let my quit go through. Because they're that fucking petty. But I told them, live here on stream, while muted, no one heard me say it, I told them, no. That was mainly an Angular dev job, for sure. That was an Angular job. We launched that entire product with me streaming when I streamed and doing my work before and after stream. Like, we launched the entire fucking product. We launched the entire fucking product on me doing the live streaming thing. But then one new manager decided to rat me out to the bad manager because I feel like the new manager was like, well, if I report him, he'll like coalesce into line, because the bad manager totally would have done that because they don't have a fucking spine. They'd never dealt with a dev that had an actual spine. But I have a spine. We launched the entire product on my back, building this thing out outside of hours, and not caring about 9 to 5 being some weird fucking metric of like being like doing a thing, right? Like, dude, it was just super bad. It was a really bad project. The entire reason this like new manager called me out was because the team refused to adopt fucking feature flags. If we had just changed our feature flags, problem solved, and me work like streaming during business hours would not have been a problem. But their entire like infrastructure and their processes fucking sucked. This is the same company that had a Saturday merge party because they had 60 repos for the back end rather than doing a mono repo. And when they updated the common library between these things, they had to have a Saturday merge party to update these 60 repos and the dependency they had. Yeah, no, I'm not even kidding, Nightshade. Like, this is how bad the engineering practices were at that company, and I got thrown under the bus because I put my foot down. Yeah, dude, just bad managers, bad engineers. Keep in mind, the bad manager I'm calling out that called me out to the shitty manager, that was the dude that set up the infrastructure that required the Saturday merge party because they didn't understand that a fucking monorepo would solve all of these problems. Because they were so bad at CI/CD that they couldn't rationalize how to deploy one endpoint when only that code changed. Just like really bad CI/CD practices. Which then led to really, really bad dev practices. Like, it's just one of those things you can only learn by dealing with it. And I'm not going to pretend that's the only company in the world that does Lambda wrong, right? They had an individual repo per every fucking Lambda. That was 60 plus Lambdas for every endpoint that the API served. That should have fucking been a monorepo. But bad engineer will do bad engineer stuff. I was just the front end guy. I had no say over that shit. When they did the Saturday merge party, I showed up that morning. What do you guys want me to do? Well, actually, Chris, we got nothing for you. Have a good weekend. See ya. Because the front end was actually built right. I didn't build a fucking individual Lambda for every route in the application. What the fuck, dude? I didn't build a repo per route in the Angular application, like, because that's insane. That's literally insane. Yeah, just the worst project I've ever worked on. But it was one of those where I did feel handcuffed because I was the fucking source of truth. And I'm really curious, like, how much, like, firefighting did they have to do when the bad managers decided they didn't need me anymore? Well, have fun, Junior, that we hired a month ago. Good luck. Like, good luck. Dude, just so bad. I feel bad for that Junior more than anybody. That one junior engineer that we hired, I feel bad for him. but not bad enough to care. Yeah, it's crazy, like, some of the bad projects you get put on as a dev in general. But that project did get me a much higher salary, and, it was worth it for the time I did it. I should have fucking bought a house, right? 2020. I should have bought a house when the fucking market tanked with, like, the nest egg I had. I should have done that. I fucked up. Yeah, that's on me. I fucked up. Should have done that. Yeah. Yeah, is what it is. Lots of times I should have done something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I get it, Nightshade. Is what it is. With the nest egg I had, I totally had a down payment. I could have done some shit. Yeah, I fucked up. Mr. Beta Skull, I did. I made a bit of money off that for sure. Not enough. I could have made more. But no, I definitely did. I was way more like safe in my investments back then. But the entire like 30 grand I have to play with in like the crypto market is because of some of those investments I made and then did some other shit. I started with maybe like 5 to 10 somewhere in there, and I'm at 30 without investing anything further since then. So it's a while ago. Pretty solid return though. Yeah, moral event horizon. Ooh, I get that. Yeah, morals are important. Damn, Beta Skull, Mr. Sir. That's the biggest like brag I think you'll ever have to your name. That is so solid. That's really well done. I'm really jealous. No, no, come on, Guy Ross. It's not that bad. Is what it is. It'll happen eventually. Like, you'll get back there. We need a strong economy to do it. So it'll be a while. But yeah, though, yeah, sorry, Mr. Beta Skull. What you're saying is you bought a house in 2022 and instead you should have invested in Bitcoin versus buying a house. You'd have a way better return. I get that for sure. Oh, wait, no, no, no. So, no. No, Mr. Beta Skull, you're saying you're at 0.8 in 2022? Really? I feel like rates had jumped by that point. Like 2020 is like the moment where you could have gotten that. Really? All right. Well, my bad. Dude, that's when I moved into this apartment. I should have bought a fucking house. I really should have bought a house. Fuck. Had a negative interest rate. Damn, dude. Yeah, that's gnarly, man. I'm super jealous, man. Good job. Yeah, I fucked up. Yeah, good job, Mr. Beta Skull. We're all super jealous of you right now. Well done. All right, let me double check. Anything else I'm missing? Yeah. Right? You have a date thing needs to get done, Mr. Pet Food Guy. And yeah, get it done. And that's about it. I'm like, yeah, totally. Just get shit done. That's the move. That's the way it should be. All right, so hold on. We have scaffolded things. We refresh. We're getting way too many events, but that's okay. If we look at the work, right? Add events list page. Really? I thought I checked that off and that off. And we're done. Really? So how is the check? How do I save that? Nope. Why is that not saving? Oh, interesting. So the checkbox is actually meaningless. What the fuck? Linear, come on. Why even have the checkbox? Like, what action do I do to complete these things? Like, where's a button I click to do it? No, that's just bad UX. I don't understand why people hype up linear so much. There are too many of these, like, UI inconsistencies. Like, what the fuck's the point of linear if it can't even get a checkbox right? Like, dude. Dude. Why do people hype up linear so much? Night, Shade Dude. Well played. I like it. Touche. Dude, I don't get the appeal of linear. Like, if they can't even get that part right, what's the fucking point? I might as well just be using a fucking Trello board. This part we're done with too, though. So now we need to create these endpoints and create the content and components for the front end events page. So we got 2 more tasks for this larger task, but we're at 9 p.m. If I do that and then say to do, now it's just single. It's just single. Yeah, dude, like, nah, this shit just sucks. Why the fuck do people like linear? I don't get it. I just don't know, man. Yeah, linear is a task management tool. I just think they don't employ a proper QA team because a QA team would have totally fucking caught that. Like, what the fuck's the point of the checkbox? A QA team would have caught that. They don't actually pay a QA team at this point, right? Devs do their own QA. That's what you get. That's what you get. Where's the testing team? Devs do their own testing. That's what you get. Like, dude, that's literally just what you get. Make the users find the bugs. Like, maybe a little bit, but I don't know, man. If you've ever worked with a good QA team, they save your ass. It's so worth it. Like, dude, a good QA team, awesome. It sucks that they're not paid what they're worth. Yeah, like a solid QA team is worth its weight in gold, and they just don't get paid enough. And I'm just not on the end of like paying them enough. But god damn, man. You need a good QA support and testing team. Because devs, as a dev, we will take shortcuts. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Beta Skull. Like, dude, it's ridiculous, but it's the world we live in where the Elon Musks of the world think they can fire half the staff and develop a solid product. We've all had the most ridiculous bugs on Twitter these days, right? Like, did no one test this? That's like a weekly utterance on Twitter. When you go outside the scope of just simple tweet and like. You couldn't log into X for months. Yet, sounds about right. Solid song, but yes, we need to go raid someone. I got more work to do. I'll probably just play some games tonight, but I'll wake up at a reasonable hour tomorrow. I got some food to cook tonight, though. And, yeah, we'll be back here on this stream doing some stuff. More than we did in the past couple hours, because, I mean, ranting is content, right? But goddamn, like, do I need to create, like, a separate account and create, like, a VTuber persona so I don't get roasted personally, and we just roast bad UX UI stuff like this one? What should my VTuber be? I don't know. I'm not even sure. Well, shit. Yeah, I have no idea. What would my VTuber persona be? Oh, don't worry, Mr. Beta Skull. I do it like the South Park thing where like I do some face and it just flaps. Yeah, I do the Canadian style like VTuber. So, Hadlo, a VTuber is someone who uses an avatar rather than using their own face on camera. Make it singed. Ooh. Ooh. Right? Singed fucking proxies every web app you've ever seen. Singed proxies. Well, now, how about a drink? I did do a VTube thing. Technically, it's a PNG tube, but it like flaps like a Canadian. Yeah. No, we did that. We did that for April Fools like 2 years ago. I can totally bring that back. But I wouldn't use my own face. What face would I use for that? Right? Simon Cowell? Singed? We could do singed and just like flap singed face, like, you know? We could do that. How about a drink? Here we are on the linear application, and when we click these checkboxes, they don't actually do anything. There's no button we can click. If we refresh, nothing's happened, and those checkboxes are meaningless. Want to see a magic trick? How about a drink? Willy Wonka. Ooh, you thought you had a feature, didn't you? I don't know. We can figure it out. If you guys end up seeing some like TikToks and some fucking like YouTube shorts, you'll know where it came from. Ooh, we could do it as Bob Ross. Like, here we are in this random UI, and you know what? Like, it's kind of boring. You know, they added these checkboxes because, you know, the other parts of the UI were lonely. So, yeah, we can just add these checkboxes. They don't have to do anything. They're just beautiful little mistakes. Checkbox and check circle. What's the point? They don't have to have a point because they're just beautiful little mistakes. Happy little clouds of bullshit. I don't know. We'll brainstorm on that. We don't have to make a decision yet, but honestly, we could make an entire fucking like TikTok and YouTube short channel just for that shit. And it'd probably make way more money than any other channel I've ever made. Any other content I've ever made. Fuck. All right. Well, we're on to something. Patent pending. Don't you dare take this idea. If we just wait 2 weeks, you guys wouldn't even know. Right? Come on. Memory of a goldfish. You guys wouldn't even remember it. Yeah, worst case scenario, it flops. I get it. I get it. I get it. It's fine. It's fine. Just like that org I made on Git. Like, where the fuck did whiskey streams come from? I'm the one that made it, and I don't even know. Shit. Ooh, that might be the move, right? We just pretend we're fucking shit-faced. Pretend we're shit-faced. And we record stuff with a slur, right? Like, well, here we are in linear, and we're just clicking buttons, and I don't think this button does anything. Like, come on. Did I complete the thing? Where's the button I pressed to do something? Like, I don't know, man. Drunk UI. Ooh, Drunk UI might be the channel. Drunk UI I'm not. Drunk you, I am not. That's not bad. I think that's solid. I mean, we might go with it. We'll see. Nothing set in stone, but drunk you, I am not. Ooh, this is a nice bourbon with notes of, wait, what the fuck does this checkbox do? And then, boom, repeat. Yeah, that's not bad. Drunk you, I am not. I like it. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out the name. That's a good placeholder, at least. The grandpa gamer dude. Yeah, no, I get it. Let's figure out who we go raid, because I want to eat some food. I'm hungry at this point. Like, oh man, this pho is going to be delicious. But who do we go raid? Like, who's even streaming right now? Oh, Juicebox Hero. Balatro, please don't click. All right, so she's gaming. Nikwan Datasai. Maybe. Like he's watching himself? That's a little weird. Yeah, they're called a Kevin. My younger brother is probably not happy about that. Okay, you know what? We don't have a programming stream that I want to raid, so instead we're gonna raid Evils Presley because they're awesome. And yeah, I feel like this is the first time I'm seeing them stream in a while. Now, keep in mind, they're like, their makeup reminds me of like a cat I've seen on Twitter. And I shared that to their fucking channel, and it's hilarious. But no, this is Evils Presley, and they're super good. They do gaming content. They're going to be playing Oblivion. For the first time, I have actually never played Oblivion. I think I spent maybe like a couple hours on Oblivion. I never finished it. I never got very deep into it. So I'd love to play Oblivion here at some point, but I'm not going to do it right now. Sorry, not a cat I've seen on Twitter. My bad. A cat I've seen on Reddit. My bad. So yeah, we're going to go raid Evils Presley because last time I tried to raid them, I typed the wrong name and I fucked up. So we kind of owe them. This is someone that I met at TwitchCon. They're super fucking cool. They were like really fun to hang out with. Like, yeah, I'm looking forward to hanging out and chilling at TwitchCon with them as well. Super chill person, and we're gonna get to see them play Oblivion for the first time. They're 18 minutes into their stream. They're still like warming up. So like, if y'all want to see some Oblivion play without having to waste your entire life playing through the story yourself, you can lurk, do your own thing, and hang out and watch them play. I'm not sure what I do over on my gaming stream tonight. Maybe it's just some Last Epoch. Maybe I play Oblivion. We'll see. But I gotta cook some food first. So in the meantime, right, if you're not aware, we got the gaming stream. I'll be over there later. In just a little bit, actually, once we're done with the raid. YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. We'll get more work done. God, we'll roast Linear just a little bit more on Thursday, but tomorrow's Wednesday. It's my day off. I'll be on Gaming Channel tomorrow if you want to hang out there, and I believe tomorrow night we'll play some more either Back for Blood or some other game with the Wednesday gaming crew, Wednesday wrecking crew, etc. But let's go say hi to Evils Presley. So YouTube.